fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going with the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up the
Oh my god! Oh, big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
It's very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go.
Oh no!
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my god.
God, what?
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
Round 1 set the stage for what is likely to be the most competitive season yet in the Australia and New Zealand sim community's premier championship. Titanic battles were the order of the day at Montreal, and we're hoping for more of the same at the Red Bull Ring, round 2 of the virtual racing school V8SCOPS. It's all about sprint racing tonight, no pit stops required, so the drivers will be flat out all the way through tonight. To bring it to you all live here on SimSpeed TV is myself, Reese Gardner, with Dan Yeaman alongside me in the commentary box and Scott Fontaine on production. Dan, I've been looking forward to this one for a while. The Red Bull Ring makes its debut in Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. What a fantastic circuit this is. Certainly going to turn it up in terms of overtaking opportunities.
That it should indeed. Good evening, everyone. Welcome along to the broadcast for myself personally. Sure, Race having already done all this. Apologies for being a bit of a double up in this case, but I want to get a chance to do the rounds myself. But indeed, yes, talking about the track here, the Red Bull Ring, still relatively recent to the iRacing roster additions. And one of the Grand Prix tracks added as of recent, which is great to see. And here we are looking at the track configuration in question tonight. The Grand Prix layout, of course, what else would be used for these cars? And given that it's only 4.3 kilometers in length, and pretty high speed, lap times are certainly going to be pretty brisk tonight. So 9 corners, as you can see here, and means you see, look at the corners as they come up here on screen for you. Annoyingly, there is a kink on one of the straights that counts as a corner here, which will probably be a pain in the butt. So we get that one there in between Nicky Lauda curve at turn 1 and the Remus hairpin at turn 3. But otherwise, fairly straightforward. The opening sector is probably where we see most of our passing opportunities, Reese, with Turn 1 offering up some options, although most likely going to be a setup corner for that Remus hairpin, and as well as the Schlossgold hairpin. But a downhill braking zone for that corner will mean it'll be a little bit more difficult because you've got to make sure you hit those braking markers to perfection there.
Absolutely, particularly at that turn 4 hairpin. It's quite difficult with the downhill run into the corner. You got to brake a little bit earlier than you expect, especially in these cars, which don't slow down particularly well. 1,500 kilograms in weight will tend to do that. Another thing the drivers are going to have to consider is the off-tracks here. The Red Bull Ring was one of the circuits that debuted iRacing's 4-tyre off-track detection system a few seasons back, I should say. The drivers can use all of the curb and then some in many places around this track, but the rule of thumb is as long as you have tyres touching the red and white curbs on the exits of corners, you are okay. There's a couple of curbs around the track that will ding you with an off-track if you go a little bit inside the curb too much, particularly at turn 4. But other than that, drivers are going to be trying to extend these corners as much as possible. We're in Split 2 at the moment, Super Split 2. And as I mentioned, it's all about sprint races tonight. We got a 29-lap race coming up for Split 2 and 2 29-lap races for Split 1 with no compulsory pit stop requirement and no fuel restrictions. It's going to be interesting. I expect that with no real strategy implications to these races, the drivers are going to be quite aggressive.
You'd think so, Reese. Yeah, I mean, the only thing we might have to watch out for is a little bit of tyre conservation, as 29 laps here in these V8 machines around this circuit is most of a fuel tank's worth, given they have a 111-litre capacity. Apologies there. These guys will have to start with them almost a full tank, a couple of litres to spare, rather than filling it all the way up. You can get away with that there. So as a result, we will possibly see a bit of tyre wear from drivers here that they'll have to keep in mind, but that's always been a thing in these cars. Very high horsepower, no driver assists, of course, means that you've got to really know how to work the car into its speed, and also look after that speed as long as you can here to make sure, come the end of the race tonight, and for these guys here, even in Super Split 2, that they'll be able to deliver from start to finish.
Start to finish indeed, and the start is coming up very shortly in just under 2 minutes' time. We've got an interesting grid here for Split 2. The grid is set by the times in pre-qualifying for Split 2, and with Blake Warboys not being able to make it into Split 1 tonight, he did qualify well enough for Split 1, but he's unable to race. That has elevated former position 41 in pre-qualifying Corey Preston into the Split 1 race server. That means that Luke Rosella, who is currently down in 12th in the practice session, is going to be starting on pole. It'll be interesting to see if that pre-qualifying pace can be backed up. And another thing that the drivers will have to consider for this round and for future rounds is there's been a change to the pre-qualifying format. Formerly, you were able to do as many laps as you wanted in the 6 to 8 hour sessions across Thursday, Friday and Saturday, but now drivers are only allowed 4 timed laps a night, so that really increases the pressure to get that ace lap down, and plenty of drivers already doing practice starts as well in this session just to make sure that they are on top of everything. But the run into turn 1 is going to be a big issue here. There's a yellow sausage curb on the exit, and there's an uphill approach which encourages late braking. They're going to have to be incredibly careful in a full field of cars trying to make their way through side by side nice and clean. If someone hits that sausage curb wrong, if they're pushed out to the outside of the track, they could potentially spin and cause a major crash. But we will be hoping that doesn't happen as the timer hits 0 in the practice session. We'll flick over in just a few seconds and get ready to go through the grid for round 2, Split 2 of the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. On pole position tonight, it's going to be Luke Rosella. He starts on the front row alongside Sean McNamara. James Chastaneuf in car 427 is going to start on the second row alongside Tyler Blackburn for Race on Oz. Darren Lobb and Kenneth Latter share the third row of the grid. Then it's Griffin Gardner, Adam Hayne, Bailey Frid and Brett Loxton rounding out the top 10, with Michael Taliancic and Damian Johnstone 11th and 12th.
Over the page here, Matt Bowler starting out at 13th place tonight with Reese Keane alongside him for row number 7. Justin Wallace lining up in 15th place. We'll have Michael Whiting alongside for 16th. Chris Coxhead out of position number 17 with Thomas Hinz alongside him in 18th and 9 rows down, but plenty more to go here. David Kirby will be starting at a 19th place tonight with Brad Vaughan after his real-world racing debut in Super 3. Joining us again tonight for 20th place start for him. Ian Ford coming out of 21st place alongside Blake Delaney in 22nd. And that's Logan Barnett 23rd with Jamie Dyke alongside him to round out our first 12 rows here, Reese.
Joseph Daly starts alongside the Locked On lads as Braden Martin. Brady Baldwin for High Octane Sim Sport alongside 9.5 Simon Chadwick. Then we've got Brenton Nitschke and Matt Jones rounding out the top 30 positions on the grid. Bradley Sanders and Vincent Skilbeck sharing row 16 with Ben Christensen and Andrew Mogridge starting out of 33rd and 34th. 35th, Simon Vella with Lindsay Hobbs in 36th place. Last few rows, Michael Angus and Michael Spithill share the 19th row. Zach Kerr 39th and Steve Jenkins in 40th, with Simon Black, Michael Korolev and Simon Mazzomo serving as race control here tonight as the field gets ready to go. Standing start as per usual in this series. All eyes are going to be on Luke Rosella in the Synergy Sim Racing Mustang in that first grid spot, but he'll have to keep an eye out for the likes of McNamara, Chastaneuf and Blackburn, who are incredibly talented drivers. We'll see if they can get the start that they need. The grid time has been extended just a little bit, 1 minute to go until the drivers get going. Race control, of course, is in the in cars in the session, so the grid timer will be delayed as they don't take to the grid. It just gives a little bit of extra time here for the drivers to sort things out and psych themselves up or even calm themselves down for the race start. And it'll be very important to get that launch. It's only a shortish run to turn 1, but a little mistake getting off the line can make all the difference.
Yep, that is very true indeed. Well, not long now, just under 10 seconds until we get this one underway, although it looks like I might be out of sync here, so I'm going to go off of what I see here on my copy of the broadcast feed, which is a little bit behind. But we wait now for the lights to come up, and in fact, I see why, because it's manually edited grid. That's going to throw me out there for a moment, but nevertheless, there's our 0 seconds on the clock here, which means that the revs should rise any second now, and indeed they do. So let's get the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS round number 2 underway here in just a moment's time. Who gets the launch off the front row? The answer is not Luke Rosella. That's a bad start from our pole sitter. Everyone needing to fan out immediately. 2, 3, 4 wide down the front stretch. This is going to be a little bit nasty potentially into turn 1 as they come up here. And 3 wide into turn 1 sees Griffin Gardner bumped out past the sausage curve. He's going to rejoin on the left side of track. Thankfully, Reese, no dramas there, so he seems to be getting away, but a slowdown, I think. And indeed, yes, a slowdown for the 93 machine. 3 wide squeeze passing him there through the kink on the straight to turn 3. And side by side at the front of the field between Darren Lobb and Sean McNamara. Still 3 wide in the mid-pack race, but somehow mostly getting through it okay. Little rough and tumble in and around 20th place or so, but I can't believe it. Despite the turn 1 hip check there, Reese, looks like we've gotten through cleanly here for the first half of the lap.
Looks like we have indeed. Down to turn 4 up at the front of the field. It is James Chastaneuf who leads from Darren Lobb. Sean McNamara is under a lot of pressure from Kenneth Latter. And on the way into turn 6, which is called Power Horse on the iRacing track map, good name for an 80s hair metal band, seems that they've sorted themselves out nicely through there. It wasn't just Luke Rosella who got a poor start. Tyler Blackburn didn't get off to the best run either. He's fallen down to 6th place, just behind Rosella. And a little bit of passing looking to be made there at Jochen Rindt curve. Michael Taliancic and Griffin Gardner really going at it there. You see Taliancic in the green and black machine at the apex there. Gets a very good exit out of the final corner. Not as good of an exit for Matthew Bowler on the inside for Pursuit Sim Racing. He's going to get side by side with Brett Loxton just behind them. There's Bowler trying to make the move on the inside and sneaking up past Justin Wallace is Bradley Vaughan. Oh dear. Pushes Wallace just a little wide, which institutes some three-wide action just behind. Justin Wallace bangs wheels with Reese Keane, and Chris Coxhead's trying to find his way through as well. Looks like we've had a spinner at turn 1.
That we have indeed. Brady Baldwin in the number 07 for High Octane Sim Sport. Unfortunately, he's our first victim. Oh, trouble though at the turn 3 hairpin. Reese Keane's around on the racing line on corner exit. Everyone watch out. He flick spins. Thankfully, he's able to get it all the way off track. And everyone able to dodge to the inside there on the exit of the corner. So after a mostly clean lap 1, hip checking nevertheless still happening up and down the field. Now 2 cars around in the 2 major corners in a row. So unfortunately, not quite going the way we'd hoped to see here. And again, the field has calmed down a bit. But again, side by side there, Bailey Frid getting past Tyler Blackburn there. And that's for 6th place on track here. So job done there for the number 5, but Damien Johnson looking to immediately capitalise. He's going up the inside here into Jochen Rindt. Blackburn has got nothing in terms of defence around the outside there in these kind of cars. And to Adam Hayne decides, you know what? You've lost 2 this lap. I'll go for number 3, but no can do that time by. Blackburn able to get the run off the corner exit around the outside there. Recently holds on to now 8th place, but he's down 4 spots from his starting position. He's one of our drivers that's really shuffled back a long way, at least of those up in front of the field here so far.
Yeah, it seems that Blackburn was having problems with traction coming out of the turn 6 and 7 complex. The 2 left-handers saw a big deal of oversteer, and it looks like Adam Hayne might try to get him here at the turn 3 hairpin. Gets up the inside. You can hold the outside. The track's a little bit flatter, and Tyler Blackburn knows that. You see there, he gets the very good run out of the hairpin around the outside. So it looks like Adam Hayne's going to have to try and find another way through there in the 9.5 Sim Sports machine. James Chastanerf still leading as there's another move up the inside. Brett Loxton on the outside getting passed by Bradley Vaughan, who's continuing to work his way swiftly forward there for Pursuit Sim Racing. We apologise that there doesn't seem to be any livery on that car, but certainly you can't miss Bradley Vaughan in the midst of very colourful machines. Coming down then into turn 6 once again. This pack of cars led by Andrew Mogridge. He's got Martin, Skilbeck and Hobbs behind him in this 4-car battle pack, and Mogridge just getting a little bit too far off the curb. The drivers are going to have to be careful here. There's only a 20 incident limit in split 2. And off tracks will be very easy to get on the exits of these corners.
That they will indeed, Reese. Pardon me, I'm trying to actually get some dinner in tonight, folks.
I'll continue.
Before the main event continues, and I'll be back with you in just a second. Thank you.
All right, no trouble. Get back to your pizza, mate. Either way, going through the first half of the lap once again on lap 4. It's a good run from Shasti up the front, but I'm just seeing up the inside of Kenneth Latter at turn 3 goes Luke Rosella. He's trying his best to get his way back up the field after a very poor start.
Oh no, Reese, trouble, turn 3.
Oh, again.
3 cars around. Matthew Bowler, Adam Hayne looks to have gotten involved in it, and I believe I saw one of the Jinx Shifters cars as well. Chris Coxhead in the 208 has fallen down the field as well. So we'll jump on our first of the virtual racing school replays there as that one unfolded just out of shot all of a sudden. So we see here, oh, this isn't too good. That's 2 Pursuit teammates. Taliancic leads Bowler, and then, oh no, here comes Brad Vaughan with Chris Coxhead coming up inside of him, and the tiniest of taps. Oh dear, Adam Hayne already around previously.
He got tapped by Griffin Gardner.
And that explains why the reference to Griffin Gardner was made. So and then Coxhead rams his way through the 2 string cars, and then Bowler, unfortunately, goes for the flick spin and has banged the inside as a result. So we're going to take another quick look at what happened to Adam Hayne separately. You see here, in behind Tyler Blackburn up into turn 3. Gardner looks to the inside, and he's not quite there, and the tiniest of touches as Hayne unable to get around the corner as quickly And unfortunately for him, that compounded by the presence of Coxhead and Bowler there, Reese. Back to live pitches, and race control busy. They've just issued a black flag to Justin Wallace for contact on lap 2.
That would have been at the hairpin, tapping around one of the Mustangs. So race control already hard at work here. I do apologise. I might have erroneously referred to Adam Hayne as a 9.5 Sim Sports driver. We'll just clear that up. But everyone at the front of the field still trying to work their way through here. It is led by Darren Lobb, who has put on a great move on James Chastaneuf in the last couple of laps. Not leading the race by much, but crucially, he's got track position, which is really all that matters in these sprint races. And we are rapidly approaching more laps completed. This race will probably run around 50 minutes in length, but certainly it's already going pretty fast, at least from my perspective. And in terms of Luke Rosella, as we see one of the Jinx Shifters cars, Brett Loxton, getting it done on Justin Wallace, who comes in to serve his drive-through penalty for that contact on lap 2. Probably the only time any driver will visit the pits tonight is if they have a penalty hanging over their head or if they're carrying a lot of damage. But I wanted to highlight Luke Rosella. Apparently, he registered in the wrong car number, so that's a 10 points deduction from this round for him from race control. So not an excellent night all up here for Luke Rosella. And we've gotten more race control decisions in. Looks like the contact between Justin Wallace and Bradley Vaughan was deemed to be Bradley's fault. He's been given a 5-point deduction. It's drive-throughs for Justin Wallace and Simon Chadwick. We saw Brady Baldwin spun out of turn 1 just before. It looks like Simon Chadwick might have tapped him around.
Yep, that would seem to be the case based on the decision.
There's been another incident at turn 3.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Michael Spithill. Let's see what went on here. Looks like a move was being made by the number 73 of Zach Kerr, but there was an awful lot of contact, and that's created some dramas in the back section of the field.
Oh dear, that's not too great there at all. Middle of lap 6 there, and just, double hit for the 231 of Michael Spithill. He's not going to appreciate that. And, well, for good measure, Zach Kerr also entangled in it all, unfortunately, so... And you see there, in fact, the 73 of Zach Kerr there, limping his way around the circuit here, and that's pulling off to the track. So how far away can you get from the circuit? Because if you can't get that too far away, there's a good chance the race control might have to step in here, but he's creeping it all the way up to the tyre bundles near turn 7, Reese, as we stay live here.
He blew the engine, did Zach Kerr, on the way into turn 6, so it is entirely possible there might be a safety car, but it looks like Kerr's managed to pull it up as we check out Damien Johnstone getting up the inside at turn 3. Chasing down 6th place there. Looks like Zach Kerr might have been given a tow by race control. He pulled up next to one of the gaps in the tyre bundles, which usually result in a car being allowed to tow without a safety car being called. Here's the battle then for 8th and 9th. Griffin Gardner and Tyler Blackburn right on board with the Vanderbilt sim racing driver and getting up the inside into turn 6. That's brave. A little bit of contact in the middle there. Tyler Blackburn's going to continue. No problem, mate. But Griffin Gardner losing all of that momentum. Tried to get a little bit of overlap on corner entry, but it's very hard to make passes into that sequence.
That it is, and more trouble for the 93 Griffin Gardner. Race control deciding that the incident with Adam Hayne at turn 3 was worthy of a drive-through penalty there for him as well. And race control also noting that the number 73, Zach Kerr, did not request permission to tow there, Reese, before he ejected back to the pits. So possibly a little administrative, technical proceeding there.
Naughty boy.
Be an error on his part, a small penalty going his way as well. So from bad to worse there for the 73 car as we continue with the live pictures here, looking at one of our Evolution Racing Team cars in the field tonight. This is Ian Ford in the 115. So again, another experienced hand, currently running 20th place. So he's made a small gain on this lap and currently hunting down the back of Jamie Dyke directly ahead of him. So we see, does Ian go for the inside? He definitely looks for it. And he's still going there, but he wasn't quite there, I was going to say, Reese, but he's absolutely got into the head of Jamie Dyke on the braking zone there. And he's made it side by side at the very least in corner exit, so he's got a good chance here down into turn 4. But it's going to be down to who can get the braking done right between these two guys. And, well, Ian Ford is tiniest bit later on the brakes there, but still pulls it up nicely. And he should have this done now, heading into turn 5 here. But the crisscross does... We could see some more side by side for these two guys here, race through the middle of the track.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Ian Ford on the inside. Jamie Dyke will try and get the over-under potentially. Doesn't quite have the space to get it done. So Ian Ford will hold on to that position for the time being. Looks like he's gotten a nice clean exit out of the complex as well. But I saw a big oversteer moment for Ben Christensen just behind. He'll be trying to catch up to these two and hoping they continue their fight. 40, though, goes a little bit wide through the last couple corners. Will have picked up an off track for that one. Got to take it easy from here on out, as in comes Griffin Gardner to serve that drive-through penalty. Big shame there for Griffin, but rules are rules, and if you turn someone around, usually you will get a slap on the wrist from race control. So he's going to exit the pits somewhere in the vicinity of 24th place. Going to fall down to 25th here, potentially, with Andrew Mogridge drawing alongside him. Gardner's going to have to go defensive, coming into the hairpin, try and hold on to a position. And these guys aren't going to have the chance to get pit stops done. The strategy is not in play at all with this being a straight-up sprint race. That battle with Ian Ford and Jamie Dyke, meanwhile, Dyke's managed to get up the inside of Ian Ford coming into turn 4. Is he going to get it done? Yes, he is. Looks like Ian Ford having to yield there on the outside of the circuit. Great move there from Jamie. We'll get a replay of that thanks to our friends at Virtual Racing School.
Yeah, just looking at it there, well, looking at the 115 on that lap after he got by. I can see here, though, Dyke up the inside at turn 4, just able to hold it there, and then with a slightly better run on the corner exit and basically giving Ian Ford the absolute minimum in terms of the required track space. Slight drop away on the outside there just helps get the job done. But just going back to observations from the previous lap number 8 it was, when Ford got past Dyke initially, looked like that 115 car struggling with pulling up and getting not locking the brakes for good measure, Reece. So he's on the back of him once again. So these guys are going to go back and forth here for a couple of laps, it would seem. But just wondering there for maybe a little bit of pressure and just pushing a little bit too hard from Ian Ford to get that spot initially, and it's cost him now with a place being given back. Meanwhile, we need to look it up just ahead of these guys because we've got 3 wide going into turn 3 here. Logan Barnett along with Joe Daly and David Kirby. Oh, touch in the rear. Just gets away with it, and thankfully, so Barnett, I think, is the big winner out of that one there, up a couple of spots to get 14th place. Kirby and Daly side by side directly behind, so Daly there is teammates with Barnett, so the two guys from Send It Sim Sports looking to try and work together here because it's 2 lots of Send It fighting with 2 lots of Fishy Motorsports here, so bit of a inter-team rivalry here and a bit of intra-team, you'd think, cooperation, Reece, to try and get the job done. And it looks like, with Barnett through, Daly able to follow through as well. So that battle will take a brief pause for the time being. I would think, Barnett wide though.
Barnett, yep.
Wide on the exit of 7. That's going, no slowdown. Very lucky for him indeed there. But, and tactically placed himself in on the inside line. He's able to just slot back in behind Daly as a result. But, oh boy, they're looking for every opportunity they can get around here at the moment. We're still just 10 laps into this race, and that's going to be another 18 to go here at the line, Reece.
Indeed, 18 laps of flat-out racing here. Remember, these are the guys that are fighting for 14th on back. There's racing going on all through the field here, and pretty much every car in the field, save for Reece Keane and the bottom 4 places, are all within a battle, all within a second of each other. Daly's going to have to go defensive here versus Logan Barnett, as that's a move attempted up the inside from Jamie Dyke as well. Remember, he's been fighting with Ian Ford all this time. It's caught up to Blake Delaney just up ahead. So now this is a full-on train of cars from 14th all the way back to 26th. Vincent Skilbeck is bringing up the rear of this pack, and it's still on at the front of it. Griffin Gardner working his way through this pack. You see him there just making the move on Matty Jones. That's worked out well for Griffin. He'll be trying to work his way back into the top 20, maybe even get a top 15 before this race is done.
Yeah, indeed. We jumped a quick replay from Virtual Racing School just to show you getting that done quite nicely there down into turn 4. We'll see the second overtaking opportunity here. Well, major overtaking opportunity, I should say. The second just laid on the brakes and just commits to the inside late.
Good
Since
stuff.
the opening was there and just all over the apex curb. Gets it pulled up in time and gets the pass made just as you like it. So back to live pitch in a second. You'll see here if we're still with Griffin Gardner, he is still harassing the ribbon. But we will jump to the front of the field because it's as close as it's ever been, I think, Reese. 1/10 of a second. Luke Rosella there in the number 31 car. Should be in the 55, as we did note. Mistake from him in terms of car number selection means that will be a penalty from race control on the points sheet afterwards. But through to the race lead he goes and immediately trying to break the draft for Darren Lobb. James Chastaneff is still there with them, and, well, it's still a massive train effectively from 1st through 7th as well here for the front of the field race. So, indeed, anywhere you go tonight, it would seem here in Split 2 for starters, we've got battle packs wherever you want them, and in plenty of number as well.
Don't forget that these guys are fighting for the right to race in Split 1. It will be very interesting to see who comes away with the top honours here. Our pole sitter is back into the lead. Very crucial there for Rosella. Yes, he didn't get the best of starts off the line, but he's put on a pretty masterful performance here in the first 12 laps of this race. Back to Michael Taliancic, meanwhile. He's chasing down Tyler Blackburn for 8th place. These guys are way off the battle for the front positions. Damian Johnstone is 2 seconds ahead of them as we check back a bit further in the field. Braden Martin getting the move done on Justin Wallace, who runs a little bit wide off the curb there. He's going to come under an attack here. Let's see what happens in the last couple of corners. No passes being made. It's traditionally quite difficult to get a pass done at Jochenrindt Curve, but Braden Martin under a big attack here from Justin Wallace. Oh, dearie me. A bit of a better exit around the outside than Adam Hain, who we saw involved in some drama earlier. Going to try and make it 3 wide on the entry to turn 1, up the inside of both of them. Fantastic move there from Hain, but he doesn't quite hook up the exit. Braden Martin will continue.
Has to compromise the run off turn 1 as a result of Braden Martin still being there. Speaking of this pack of cars, it has started to fracture here ever so slightly now, but up ahead, Brad Sanders and Matty Jones got together at turn 4 on the previous lap. Both of those cars dropping off the back of the mega train that's sort of from that 14th on back spot. You can see the back of that group now, and number 68 of Brad Sanders there. Car still in one piece, thankfully, but unfortunately Matty Jones locked it up under brakes into turn 4, and that did see his car lose a lot of spots there, unfortunately. So here is a replay of it. So out of turn 3, you can see they're already side-by-side racing. It was just down the hill here. A little bit too late on the brakes to be able to pull it up. In fact, has to slot back in behind, does Matty Jones here. So looks for the inside once again at turn 4, and just watch the rear end come loose here at the end of the braking zone. And boop, there it is.
Yep.
And unfortunately grabs the side of Sanders. Both cars, thankfully, able to recover and get going, and then it's an immediate redress, but a good 5 or 6 spots lost for both cars, and therefore out of that battle pack that was in the teens there. So looks like, though, thankfully both cars mostly undamaged and able to keep driving pretty much up to speed, although those tyres will be hurting a bit as a result of the slide there through the corner.
Ooh, potential pass here out of turn 3. This is a bit further up the road, and it's in the battle pack for the lead. Sean McNamara and Bailey Fridz side by side coming into the turn 4 hairpin. Fridz got the inside line. Will he be able to hook up the throttle on the exit? Just about. Slight little bits of oversteer from both of them. Sean McNamara might have some overlap here for turn 6. He does, and he's going to try and get the move back here. But Bailey Fridz, bit of a straighter exit, be able to put the power down slightly better, but McNamara, he's got great traction there on the inside. This is going to continue for quite some time, but McNamara now on the outside is losing out. Kenneth Latter giving Bailey Frid a big old bump. Frid didn't want to let him by. Let's see what happens here into Jochenrindt. Side by side, Bailey Frid could make contact. No, he doesn't. Goodness me. Sean McNamara, oh, there we go, gets bumped out onto the runoff area, and that's translated into an excellent run for Kenneth Latter. Is he going to split the difference between them here on the outside coming into turn 1? McNamara has to get out of the way. But Bailey Frid continuing that defense and gets a great exit from turn 1 as a result. All this battling has brought Damian Johnstone right into this battle. You see him in the Synergy Commodore there alongside the 9.5 Commodore of McNamara. Let's see if he can get it done round the outside. Typically, it is better to go the outside, but Johnstone very late on the brakes. He's translated that into an inside move, but it hasn't worked out. And McNamara alongside him once again.
These guys are absolutely going at it tooth and nail, but giving Bailey Frid a chance to run away here at the front of the train, as we still see side by side McNamara trying to get up the inside of Johnson here into turn 4, but opts not to commit to the move here. Meanwhile, though, the battle pack here is 3 wide for 14th place, but nevertheless, it's 2 wide and almost 3 for 17th place here. Griffin Gardner up the inside. David Curry gets another pass made on the apex of turn 4 once again. So clearly looking to getting some good braking performance and execution through that spot there. Meanwhile, just further back, Brad Sanders looking to try and recover after the spin and contact with Matty Jones a couple laps ago now. Trying to get around the outside now of Reece Keane. Didn't quite get it done at turn 4, so he's having to go the long way around. But Keane on the inside, able to get the power down first, Reece, so covers that off. And Sanders is going to have to set it up for another attack here later in the lap.
Could give a slight advantage to Matty Jones just behind as well, and that blue and red Mustang. It's amazing battling going on all through the field. Every driver wanting every single position here. But the status of the battle up the front, it is still in the hands of Luke Rosella, and the top 3 have broken away from the rest of the field. It's Rosella, Lobb, and Chastaneuf who run 1, 2, and 3. That battling from behind, Bailey Frid, remember, he had that titanic fight with the likes of Kenneth Latta, Damian Johnstone, and Sean McNamara. That's resulted in them completely dropping from the top 3 positions. Look at that visual gap.
That is quite the gap indeed. So the group's starting to fracture here, although in saying that, we've got 6 cars lined up in behind Bailey Frid in 4th, more or less. And Michael Taliancic there could make it 7 cars if he can just start to close in on the back of the group ahead. And then meanwhile, our top 3 now have an opportunity to break away here. They're the only cars last time around still lapping in the 1 minute 29s. The rest of the group behind in the 1 minute 30s and 1 minute 31s, but that is down due to the fact that a bit of fighting there last lap does slow down yourself, as you'd expect. So now we wait to see when the next move comes, or whether we're going to see a bit of a pause here as drivers look to consolidate the cars and the tyres in this phase of the race, as that is going to be important for making sure you've got a little bit left underneath you come the end of the race. As we look back to the pack just outside the top 10, Brett Loxton, Thomas Hinz, and Michael Whiting all hunting, well, trying to work with Loxton together there to chase at least Loxton, 11th spot for him. Looking to try and press on perhaps, but here's that mega pack again. 3 cars up in 13, 14, 15. So it starts now with Griffin Gardner in 16th around the outside. Joe Daly, he goes. So he's through again. Another spot made for the 93 car on the charge. And these guys all still working together quite nicely. So they're training along and they're keeping up with the guys ahead. Next up for Griffin Gardner is the number 011 of Logan Barnett. And immediately after that will be the 08 of Blake Delaney. Wide through turn 3 though. Jamie Dyke in the 080. It's opened the door for Ian Ford, but a bad run off the corner on the inside there. Just the way that camber works, it hurts the 115. So thankfully not under pressure. It now leaves Ben Christensen under attack from Brenton Nitschke directly behind this into turn 4. Oh, Christensen was a little bit loose on entry, but he's just kept it together and held on to the spot there. So they continue on as they were through turn 5. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it looks like Ken Latta has been overtaken by Damian Johnson. We'll have to go check that in a second. See here, Christensen was defending the spot, but the rear looked a little bit, and just a little bit there on exit there, Reece. So that was what I caught there from above. So not too much of a wobble, but just when you want to have the stability underneath you to get ready to put the power back down, and instead the car got a little bit nervous instead as we look back to live pictures. And again, the battle for 11th with Loxton leading Hinz and Whiting.
Just starting lap 18. There's, I think, 12 laps to go from this point. Further up, though, Damian Johnstone got a front row seat to this battle between Sean McNamara and Kenneth Latta. Ladder might get the exit here around the outside, potentially. He's got an ever so slight run, but he's going to be stuck on the outside for turn 4. Bailey Frid is driving away from this, as is Damien Johnstone. Move is made on Tyler Blackburn by Bradley Vaughan, as the position is just about defended by Sean McNamara. But Latter is going to have the inside here, and he gets it done into turn 6. Nicely done, and it looks like McNamara not quite able to respond with an over-under. So that pack has evened itself out once again. Michael Taliancic on the rear of this battle, looking to capitalise.
That he is indeed still sitting there in 10th spot, but he's definitely closing the gap now, Reese, as they continue to fight ahead. And, well, thankfully for in Kenneth Latter's case, he's only lost 1 spot. Now, he was on the verge of losing 2 there with McNamara going for it. Johnson got past for 5th place a lap prior, so possibly having worked the car a bit too hard has Kenneth Latter, because he's definitely starting to feel the heat again from McNamara. Back towards this second major pack that we've been tracking this race. It's Ian Ford here, currently 19th spot, so made up another position in the process of things. He's got David Kirby, though, looking to get past him again, and Ian Ford trying to keep his eyes forward to get back onto the rear of Jamie Dyke and close up to the guys just a little bit up the road as well for good measure. So all working together here for the most part still, but now with 11 laps to go, they'll start getting a little bit more races. We jump back to that front pack. Brad Vaughan's trying to get past Tyler Blackburn here, but no dice just yet. It's going to be side by side into the turn 4 hairpin, and Mike Taliancic is right there, but he backs off a little early. Vaughan angles in early there under brakes. He's almost got the job done. Tiny bit of a hip check there, but that's touring car racing for you, so a little bit of a show of force there to claim the spot and able to get across to take the racing line for turn 5. So job done there for the 100. Indeed, unfortunate that the livery was, I believe, slight error with the file format for that 100 car, because I was able to get it working, but I had a time to obviously fix it up without doing a control R that messes up the broadcast, Reece. So what I can tell you is that Bradley Vaughan is actually racing a recreation of his current Super 3 paint job with the Anguston Motors sponsorship on the side of the car, and the very striking two-tone blue and red paint job combined with the Pursuit Sim Racing sponsors. So it's quite the looker, and unfortunate to see that due to the uploading error, it is an all-white machine for us tonight here on the broadcast. But hopefully we can take a moment in between Super Split 2 and the main game, and we can perhaps see if we can double-check those paints for you all to make sure we don't have any more issues tonight. But nevertheless, let's not worry about the paints, Reece. Let's keep focusing on the racing, because it's still on here. And at the front of this pack, Damien Johnson's on the move, I think, because he's closed up to Bailey Frid here and starting to apply the pressure with 10 laps to go.
That he is, and quite the stark lap time difference between Johnstone and Frid. Frid doing a 1 minute 30.175 on the previous lap. It was a 1 minute 29.8 for Damien Johnstone. So he's right there, as that's big 3-wide action coming into turn 3, and a big spin there for Lindsay Hobbs in the number 27, half spin, I should say. Looks like, oh no, Brad Sanders, who we've seen have a few issues in this race so far, stuck on the inside of turn 3. Let's check out what happened to him, because goodness me, that is a bad place to be. Just behind the 009 of Damien Johnstone. Let's see how this worked out. These guys would have been fighting quite hard in the midst of this fight in the midfield, trying on the inside, and just loses the rear. Brake bias maybe a little bit too far to the rear. The rear's locking up, or perhaps not blipping enough on the downshift.
Quite likely it was the blip on the downshift that probably caught him out. And trying to get in late there on the brakes, you have to then really get the engine braking to assist you in slowing the car down, otherwise it's not going to pull up. So back to live pitches we go, and Griffin Gardner is been on the charge. He's up to 14th place, but he's now got Blake Delaney looking to get straight back past here. So compromise run through turn 1 means side by side up into turn 3 here, but Gardner on the inside, ahead on the brakes, and he should have that done. But again, the over-under, Delaney is not willing to give up that spot that he's just lost. So looks for the inside at turn 4 this time, does the 08 machine. And up the track we go towards turn 4 here. Who's the better braker? Griffin Gardner out nice and wide to try and swing around here. Delaney squeezed onto the apex curb. And job mostly done for the 93 of Gardner, but he's not quite done yet. As Delaney's trying and over-under and after over-under. But Gardner looks to have finally got that one done there, Reese. And now we look on board with Logan Barnett. What's he got? Can he put the pressure on? The 0-8 of Delaney here and pressure for another spot for himself here. Already up at 7 spots is the 0-11 of Barnett. So hope he'll be relatively happy with his results here tonight. But you can see here, Delaney, a little bit of a wobble there through Yock and Rint on the exit of that. So that just giving Barnett perhaps some ideas. And in fact, it's compromised Delaney's run. So definitely closer as Barnett to Delaney than Delaney was to Gardner on the exit there. So now inside 8 laps to go here. So now the fighting continues to ratchet up, and there it is again. Speaking of the fighting, at the front of the field, Bailey Frid on the defensive from Damien Johnston. We'll go to a quick replay, but I'm going to keep my eyes on the action as it continues, Reese, in real time, because down to turn 4, they're busy. Meanwhile, here's the onboard of Johnson having to go around the outside. He tried, and he almost got it done, but a little too wide there, Reese, and then over the sausage curb on exit for good measure. And then Kenneth Ladder sensing a chance to get back the spot that he lost. They crisscross here down the straights. But Johnson was able to hold on to the inside. And it continued down through turn 6 and 7. Sean McNamara has entered the fray and got himself a spot on Kenneth Ladder. If we stay with the replay here and you watch down here to turn 6, as the two Synergy sim racing cars fighting amongst each other. Kenneth Ladder just a little too late on the brakes and locks the inside front. Ouch. That'll compromise the position. And Sean McNamara, say no more. I'll have your spot. Thank you very much.
Indeed, as we go back live, and I do apologise, I did the old Gardner gaff once again, misidentified the 009 as Damien Johnstone. He is actually Andrew Mogridge. You'd think I'd know who the drivers are with their numbers, having been part of the broadcast team for this series pretty much from its inception, but that's life sometimes, I suppose. Back to this fight then with Bailey Frid holding off Damien Johnstone for 4th place, and Johnstone has a little bit of a look up the inside of turn 3, going for the move. Will he pull it up in time? Potentially, yes he will, but again, Frid on the outside getting a magnificent exit. Johnstone has absolutely no response to that. There is a response starting to come from Sean McNamara, though. You see him switch to the outside potentially. No, Johnstone's going to try up the inside again on Bailey Frid at turn 4. Will he get it done this time? Frid tries to straighten up as best he can. He's going to hold the inside for turn 6. Oh, is he going to be able to get it done? A little bit later on the brakes, might get some understeer. Will Johnstone cut under him? Yes, he will. Slide for Frid. Slide for both of them. In fact, they bang wheels between the corners. And Damien Johnstone finally gets the move done there. But for how long? Frid's going to come back at him again. Oh dear, huge oversteer, huge slide. Frid's going to lose the position to the 951 of Sean McNamara. And coming down to the end of the lap now, will McNamara be able to send one up the inside of Johnston at turn 10? Not quite close enough to get it done. But goodness me, that was a pretty rough fight. And Johnstone is still having trouble with his rears.
I think, yeah, he must have absolutely scorched them, I think. He looked very loose into turn 4 on that lap. And now getting out all of the defensive moves he's got in the book. Meanwhile, directly behind this, Ken Ladder's up the inside of Bailey Frid. Side by side through turn 1 they go as we look out the back of McNamara's car, which is good to see here because we've got Ladder and Frid side by side. And directly behind Ladder is Brad Vaughan. Oh, here comes 3 wide, maybe into turn 3 on lap 24. Oh, Vaughan thinks about it, but he's not there, so he just backs out ever so slightly. Little nudge to the rear. So who gets the drive off of turn 4? The answer is Damien Johnson up ahead. For P4 is going to hang on for a moment's time. Ken Ladder's going to hang on to P6 ahead of Frid. And now Tyler Blackburn's trying to get in the game here. So we get 2 almost by 2 by 2. But it's, McNamara trying to go around the outside of Johnson. Johnson is late on the brakes. He's been willing to throw it in deep there, I think, and compromise a bit of traction. And it would seem tire temperature and grip is at a premium as a result. So just not able to make it work there. So he's going to have to get something up the inside if he wants to try and make that stick. And now as Pat compresses once again, 4th through 9th, covered by 1.5 seconds on track here, Reese. Michael Tantic is just out of shot, another 1.5 seconds back. So either biding his time or just not quite got the X factor to here to close up. But nevertheless, could do something with it if the pace comes to him here as we flick back down the field, and we look here at Matthew Bowler looking to try and recover after the earlier entanglements for him. Down in 29th place, he's got Andrew Mogridge behind. Matty Jones ahead. And this group of cars here, we've got about 5 or 6 cars that we look from about Justin Molson 27th through to about Steve Jenkinson 32nd here.
On again for fourth. It's 3 wide. Damien Johnstone had to defend from Sean McNamara into turn 1. Compromised himself on the exit. Here comes the 269 of Kenneth Latta. Oh dear, Johnstone scythes his way through. Gets up the inside of Latta, but the J.K. Signs Mustang really getting that exit out of turn 3. The outside is where you want to be in that corner, and it's concertinaed back into the back of the pack. Bailey Frid, who's fallen all the way back to 8th place, getting 7th back there from Bradley Vaughan up the inside. Of course, they are teammates at Pursuit Sim Racing, so they don't want to get into each other too much. Michael Taliancic has now become part of this. He's making the pass on Tyler Blackburn in turn 6. Will he be able to get it done? Tally is a very seasoned and experienced driver, as is Blackburn, so they know how to race, and that's the move done there. Good stuff from those two, but will Blackburn be able to get him back at turn 9? He's got a tiny bit of overlap on the way in. Will he be brave enough to go for it? Yes, he will. Side by side. Will Taliancic be able to hold on? Turn 10 is pretty much a one-line affair, so he ducks into the inside and tries to get the exit onto the front stretch, but maybe a little bit too spirited on the power. Is he going to have enough to get up the inside into turn 1? We have 4 laps to go for these guys, and a little bit later on the brakes is Tyler Blackburn weaving his way through turn 1, and that's going to translate into a great exit down the back stretch, but it's still on just up ahead of them. Kenneth Latta has escaped from that pack. Damien Johnstone holding off McNamara, Frid and Vaughan all in a line in turn 3. The big slide from Sean McNamara. Very difficult to put the power down out of those slow corners.
It is indeed. The best run out of turn 3 of that group goes to Damien Johnson. He's back on the bumper of Latta though, so much of an advantage. Johnson looking to the inside at turn 4. He's just creeping up under brakes. He's there now. He's there. He gets there at the apex about as late as you could possibly want to make the move stick, but he's not able to get clear, so we're going to have a drag race up into turn 6 here. And, can't make it 6. He tries for the over-under, maybe. No, I think just tucking in there, getting back on the apex and the racing line. So Kenneth Latta had a moment to get away there, but Johnson, superior traction by out of that group, was a incredibly good run off that corner compared to everyone else around him, and absolutely shut down that breakaway gap that Latta had built there in half a lap or so. As we stay on board here with McNamara and the 951 machine, and see here most of these guys just trying to work that final corner. A little twitch from Johnson there, so those mid-speed corners and that left rear seems to be hurting him, despite the fact he's got good low-speed traction, which is quite the quandary and conniption for my own mind here, because I'm starting to have a bit of a... It's like, he's got good low-speed traction, but he doesn't have the best mid-speed traction, whether it's just that final corner in particular, Reese. I can't quite figure it out which. Anyways, here comes McNamara. He was looking up the inside for a moment, but always forced to the outside was McNamara. Meanwhile, Matty Jones has been caught by Matthew Bowler. And they go side by side down the front stretch to turn 1. Do either of these guys get the moves done? Answer is not quite. So Jones gets his spot back and holds on for now. Oh, meanwhile, the battle pack is continuing up ahead. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Frid gets past McNamara, and Brad Vaughan says, I'll come through too. Teammates working together there. And now, what can these guys do as a team in terms of pushing up to catch a Synergy pair who now got that micro breather? McNamara, the lone man here in terms of the team lineups, given we've got 2 from Synergy and 2 from Pursuit. And then it's 9-5. You have to work it by himself. So far, though, it looks like there's no team orders around tonight, Reese, so probably does have a fair chance if things go a bit sideways for any of these guys. Meanwhile, Blackburn and Taliancic continuing to drive their race here, but again, creeping back into the fight maybe if something goes wrong for the guys ahead. There's a little wobble there for Taliancic, but thankfully keeps it within track limits, is able to keep the pressure on Blackburn here down the front stretch of turn 1.
Well, he might be able to do an over-under through turn 1. No, he's not able to. Not quite, anyway. Blackburn maintains the position. And in terms of race control decisions, I did mention that Damien Johnstone was blocking a little bit. He's been given a warning from race control for that. So Damien's going to have to be a bit careful in future as trying up the inside is the Racecraft Simulations car. Johnstone has spun. Oh no, just as I was talking about him, something's gone very wrong for Damien Johnstone. Looks like he lost the rear by himself. Going through the mid-corner, maybe getting on the throttle just a little too hard. Potentially, the rears went just a little beforehand. There we go. Ah, poor Damien Johnstone. He was working so hard to get up to the front of that pack, and now all of that hard work has been undone.
That it has indeed. He's been up there all night long, and unfortunately, the flick spin not quite as clean and concise as you probably wanted, and so falls down the hill into the apex of turn 3. So Kenneth Latta gets a break once again as the guys behind continue to fight. Taliancic, though, has just got around that was the outside of Tyler Blackburn through that corner there. Meanwhile, more trouble for Johnson at turn 4, so that's definitely a race that he'd rather forget in terms of penultimate laps go. But the white flag is in the air, and Luke Rosella, having passed by Darren Lobb a while back now, seems to, has broken away quite comfortably. So the eyes on second place here, boys, because here comes James Chastaneff. He's been waiting, it seems, until this moment, and now gets the side-by-side into turn 3. He's ahead on the brakes, but he's going to have to really square the exit off to make this work around the outside. Oh, wobble from Lobb, wobble for both.
Oh,
and a
dear.
good old slap to the side panels of each. Chastaneff's ahead with the outside line here, so he's got the job done for now, but what does Darren Lobb have left in his tyres on the brakes at turn 4? The answer is one more send it would be. Chastaneff gives the space on the inside. Panels rub again. Gonna be a drag race up through turn 5 to turn 6, but Chastaneff is ahead on the inside here, Reese. He should have this done, unless Lobb's got one more over-under here to make this, to pull this off, but I don't think so.
Borderline, but yeah, I don't think that's going to work out there for Darren Lobb. His last chance is going to be coming into turns 9 and 10. It doesn't look like he quite has the pace. The battling still goes on here in the midfield with Matty Jones trying his best to hold off the Commodore, but up the front, Luke Rosella. It will almost goes wrong from there at the final turn. What a way to finish off this race. He's got to slow down at the final corner. He has to clear it before the line. Looks like he managed to just get it done. So Luke Rosella wins split 2 here at the Red Bull Ring. Bailey Frid's going to come across the line for 5th place. There's 6th, Bradley Vaughan and Sean McNamara. We got Bradley Vaughan's livery on the car there now. Excellent stuff. And meanwhile, looks to me like Griffin Gardner there making his way all the way back up to 11th place. Good stuff considering the penalty that he got. Still minor positions being sorted out here in the midfield. It looks like that's going to be Brenton Nitschke getting Reese Keane at the line.
I just was watching there, and Logan Barnett on my screen had a slowdown flag for running wide at the final corner, but he crossed the line before it cleared away. So unless he timed that to absolute perfection, I fear for his case that he'll be sliding down the results table once they are finalised here, as the last couple of drivers take the checkered flag behind them. A couple more cars to go as we see one of the Race on Oz cars take the flag. Just see here just how much, it wasn't much for Barnett as he came through the final corner, but it was all we needed was just a fraction wide and hit with the slowdown penalty, and that's about as the worst possible place you can get it.
He's been brought back to 39th.
Oh dear, that has gone very nice. That's 19 spots lost from that penalty there, so that is absolutely brutal in terms of how slowdown penalties go here, but a testament really to the pace of the field tonight and the consistency for the most part throughout, so we will hopefully get you those race results in just a moment.
So Luke Rosella gets the golden ticket into Super Split 1 here in Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS, taking the win by just under a second from James Chastaneff and Darren Lobb. Kenneth Latta comes home in 4th. Good drive from him, also from Bailey Frid to recover from the slight dramas he suffered battling very hard in the back half of the top 10 in the midst of that race. Bradley Vaughan holds off Sean McNamara. It's Taliancic, Blackburn and Loxton rounding out the top 10. Loxton finishing where he started.
Indeed, then over the page, Griffin Garner charging back up the field to 11th spot. Only loses 4 places from where he started as a result, so I hope he's relatively happy with that recovery drive. Just finishing ahead there, Thomas Hinz in 12th place and Michael Whiting right behind Hinz as well, 13th for the 025. And then the next group of cars, Joe Daly and Blake Delaney. Pardon me there for the slight tongue twister there. 14th and 15th for them, ahead of Jamie Dyke in 16th. Chris Cox head up to 17th, ahead of David Kirby there. The next of the packs, 18th, ahead of Ben Christensen for 19th, and Brendan Nitschke for 20th place here, Reese.
Classified 21st, Reese Keane finishing half a second ahead of Vincent Skilbeck. It was good recovery there from Vincent Skilbeck, gaining 10 places. Justin Wallace, though, losing 8 thanks to an unfortunate drive-through penalty and a couple of big slides throughout the race. Lindsay Hobbs comes home in 24th with Matthew Bowler rounding out the top 25. It's Damien Johnstone with a late spin having to settle for 26th place. He finishes ahead of Jenkins, Martin, Jones and Vella to round out the top 30.
And then over the page to our final drivers, Bradley Sanders, rough night for him, and 31st is his result. Michael Angus next in line, 32nd. Simon Chadwick, rough night for him, I think, too, but 33rd to his name. Adam Hayne, another one of the drivers we saw roughed up and also had to serve a drive-through penalty during the race for exceeding the incident limit here, Reece. So that's what sent him down the queue. Brady Baldwin, we saw spun early on in the race. Unfortunate for him, 35th to his name tonight. Andrew Mogridge, another driver that was fighting up in the 20s, but has had a rough finish there, 36th to him. And then Michael Spithill in 37th. Ian Ford also getting a drive-through penalty during the race for instant limit, which is what knocks him back to 38th. And then Logan Barnett not clearing that slowdown penalty off the final corner and finishes last of the drivers who took the checkered flag there on time. And our one retirement from the race, unfortunately, is Zach Kerr with a blown engine and also escaping without permission. So a bit of a naughty there from him. Well, it's time to have a quick chat with some of our our podium getters and our race winner from Super Split 2, Luke Rosella. Congratulations there on getting the race win. Yeah, the first V8SCOPS ran at the Red Bull Ring and did a good job there to start from the Split 2 pole and hang on at the front of the field all the way through there tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. I might as well start at a P4. I got the worst start possible. And yeah, had a bit of a bust up with him, Griffin, on the first quarter. But yeah, I mean, car was mega. I mean, we've been working really hard throughout the week to get a good race stock together, and it really paid off, I think, tonight.
It did indeed, yeah, and definitely a rough start for you there, lit the Riz a little bit, but able to recover quite nicely in the end and able to sort of break away just enough there to be comfortable at the end of the race ahead of the 427 of Chastaneuf and the 99 of Lob. I guess that kind of set up for the main game now with that promotion up into the top split. I guess, do you get to sort of change your focus, given you will have qualifying to sort of try and get yourself a little bit in the mid pack or further up the grid for the main event here tonight?
I haven't done a lot of qualifying runs, to be honest, today. I was just focusing on race runs. Qualifying got to work on. Of course, didn't have the best pre-qual pace I wanted. But yeah, just got to sort of focus and getting that one lap pace together with this new format. But the car in race pace is excellent. So yeah, it should be interesting. Excited for it.
Sounds good indeed. Well, before we let you go, Luke, chance to say thanks to team partners and sponsors and who gets it done for you tonight.
Yeah, I want to thank Wave Runner, JK Signs, and Synergy Simracing. They've done a lot for me this year and last year, and can't wait for your long year ahead.
Well done there, Luke, and good luck for the main game tonight. We'll keep our eyes and see how you're going later on. So there is our Split 2 race winner, Reece, and we'll bring in, we actually got one of our other podium, P2 tonight in Super Split 2, Reece. Here's James Chastaneuf. I'll leave him to talk with you here.
Indeed. Congratulations, Shasty, on second. You led early on, and it looked like that top 3 battle was nothing but action all race long.
Yeah, thanks. Got a little bit lucky at the start with Luke having a bit of trouble getting off the line, and yeah, it was pretty fortunate. Almost couldn't have drawn it up better myself. But yeah, with the slipstream, it kept everyone real close.
Yeah, it seems to be very important here at this track. How are you finding it in terms of passing opportunities? Because we saw a whole huge amount of sends, particularly at the turn 3 hairpin.
Yeah, it seems like it's pretty hard to pass unless you can get a good run down the straight. And I felt like I had a couple of good exits, but I wonder if the other guys I was racing with had a few degrees of lower wing, so they could pull a bit more speed, where I kind of left it at full, not really knowing what was going to happen. So probably if I had my time again, I'd probably reduce a little bit of that and see if I could get a bit more speed down the straight.
Well, it's a strong result all the same for Emu Sim Racing. You guys are always there or thereabouts when it comes to Split 2. Do you think there's going to be more Split 1 appearances on the horizon, considering your form tonight?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're really part of a bigger team between EMU and PRA. So we've actually got Paul Young making his SCOPS debut in Split 1 today. So he's managed to pit me in qualifying, which I have clearly not been too happy about, but good on him. He's done amazing stuff with this track, so it'd be good to watch him as well. And yeah, moving forward in the season.
Indeed. Well, before we let you go, Shasti, anyone you'd like to thank on your car and from your garage?
Yeah, just to thank the Banter Alliance. All the support you guys gave me over the last 2 rounds has been huge. So yeah, big thanks for that. And yeah, sponsors Bay 21, LGC Images, and the Locked On podcast as well. Check them out if you haven't already. I'm sure most people have heard about them now, but yeah, another shout out to them. So thank you.
We are good friends with the Locked On lads here at SimSpeed TV. That is James Shastanerf. Second place here tonight, Dan, but now we're going to go on a very quick break. We'll be back very soon here on SimSpeed TV to bring you Split 1 action. We got qualifying for both races tonight, so the drivers definitely have a lot of work to do, not least Luke Rosella, who has the longest night of them all. We'll be back very shortly here on SimSpeed TV. You're watching the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS presented by 2 Easy Finance.
Fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's got everything outside of both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God. Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
6 very close. These guys, I want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no. That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
The 2022 Season 2 GT3 class receives a substantial aerodynamic overhaul based on newly acquired data. This new model prominently displays many real-world characteristics such as stall of both the splitter and diffuser at very low ride heights, stall of the rear diffuser at very high ride heights, a much greater emphasis on roll and pitch sensitivity in terms of performance, more realistic use of chassis rake and wing angles to determine total downforce level, and finally, more accurate total downforce and drag numbers. In association with this, various cars throughout the class have received updates to their available spring and anti-roll bar packages. This is to provide more appropriate options for controlling the aerodynamic platform. As such, you will find that softer spring rates have been removed in some cars, while additional stiffer spring rates have been added in their place. Along with this aerodynamic update, the class also sees a further update to the tyre specification. To retain close parity with real-world lap times, overall tyre grip has reduced slightly, and tyre life has also seen a revision. While wear lives will typically still be acceptable for double stinting, overall tyre performance will now degrade more appropriately with temperature effects, thus resulting in reduced tyre performance in the second stint. So what does this mean in driving? Well, the first thing that you will notice is greatly improved high-speed cornering and braking capabilities, with deceleration from high speed being particularly improved. This allows you to really stand on the brake pedal aggressively, make use of the increased downforce before bleeding off pressure as you approach a turn. Medium speed cornering is going to feel somewhat similar to what you've been used to, while low speed cornering will require a more careful application of the throttle and greater emphasis on rotating the car early in the corner. Overall limit feel in these situations will feel improved despite these relatively slower speeds. When first exploring the cars after the update, I would suggest using the iRacing Sprint setup and selecting a track with lots of sweeping corners and elevation changes. It might sound daunting, but tracks such as the Nürburgring Nordschleife and Mount Panorama are where this update really shines, and you'll be able to get a good feel and understanding of the updated aerodynamics and tyre.
Are you spending a lot of time looking for setups and struggling for faster lap times? Are you tired of searching online for answers? Would you like to get setups, analysis and tutorials from some of the best sim racers in the world like Ralph Alla, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Krunker, Josh Rogers and many more? If so, virtualracingschool.com is the answer you've been looking for. VRS data packs provide hot laps from our professional coaches for you to analyse and replicate. They provide tutorials that walk you through the fastest laps and what the pros did to achieve the best times. And they provide the setups you need to ensure your car is competitive in both oval and road racing. If you're ready to get faster and reach more podiums sooner than later, just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a free account today. Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. VRS coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, VRS one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's going with the outside. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God. Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Six very close. These guys I want to make their way through the field very quickly. is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
You're watching the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS presented by Too Easy Finance and supported by Bowler Media. Split 2 was a fantastic run for the drivers that weren't able to get into the top 40 in pre-qualifying. And now we've got double the action. 2 more 29-lap races coming up for Split 1. I'm Reese Gardner, Dan Yeaman alongside me, and Scott Fountain on production. We'll get another look here at the Red Bull Ring. Fantastic circuit, making its Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS debut this season. It has been raced a couple of times before in the official iRacing V8 series, last in 2022 Season 1, the season just gone. But in this SCOPS field, it's certainly proven to be a banger in terms of action. Only 10 turns here, Dan, but every single one of them are places you seem to be able to attack.
It would seem so, Reese. Indeed, yeah. We were sort of banking on the first 3 proper corners, if you will, given that there's a love for the fact that that little bend in the straight between the turn 1 and what I'd call the first proper corner, well, the first hairpin of the track, the Remus hairpin, counts as a corner for reasons that cannot be explained properly sometimes. So, nevertheless, and actually technically 9 turns, 10 turns, depends how you call them around here. But yeah, we thought it was going to mainly be down to Nicky Lauda curve maybe, but primarily Remus hairpin and the Schlossgold hairpin. But yeah, through that middle section, either Power Horse or as this track map here has got it, the Rauch corner down into Verth as well. All genuine opportunities, it would seem, along with Jochen Rindt. Not so much that final corner at Red Bull Mobile curve, but very much you can possibly set something up into the penultimate corner as well. So I would expect then, in that case, given that the field here is just as tight, if not tighter here in top split, that we're going to see even more action up and down the field and more drivers looking to take every single opportunity that they can make work here, wherever it may be.
Only a short lap around here as well, which makes the 20-minute qualifying session a reasonable amount of time. That is the race format for tonight. 29-lap races, 2 to be exact, with no compulsory pit stops and no fuel restrictions. So we're going to see much of the same that we saw in Split 2, just flat-out driving all the way to the end of the race. The drivers are in the last couple of minutes of practice before they get into qualifying for the first of our Split 1 races tonight. And fastest in the session so far by 300ths is Trans-Tasman Racing's Joshua Anderson in the number 36. Second place in practice is championship leader Jared Filsell for SSR Boost Mobile Racing. And Filsell ended up getting 10 points docked from him for an incident with Andrew Gilliam at the hairpin on the penultimate lap last round at Montreal. So he and Pursuit Sim Racing's Andrew Gilliam are only separated by 2 points at the front of the standings. Considering that Gilliam was fastest in pre-qualifying, I reckon that battle is going to continue here at the Red Bull Ring.
It should indeed, Reese. And even if you look just beyond that, the current top 2 fight, top 4 drivers, which includes Brady Myers and Josh Anderson, they're just 20 points back from Phil Sell's current points tally. And can go down to Job Stewart, 9th in the championship standings, but he's only 50 points back from the championship leader, that is Phil Sell, for the time being. So it is an incredibly tight and tense opening to the season on points, and does mean it's great to see we're going to have plenty of drivers, by the looks of things, in position to have a go at that championship, even in these early days here where it's far too early to call as to who exactly might be a favourite, and definitely would say there's no clear favourites just yet, as with 1 race down and 14 to go, would be a bit of a fool's bet to make one this early.
That it would, but have a look at how close the times are here in practice. Those are the relative gaps being shown on the timing tower on the left side. There is basically nothing separating the majority of the drivers here. Those are the flat-out lap times that we're seeing. Bit of a gap back from third of Brody Kostecki, who, being a real-life touring car driver, certainly knows his way around these cars. The same can be said for Richie Stanaway, who is making an appearance in this field in car 62. Good to see that these guys have decided to give SCOPS another go here in round 2 on a bit of an off week for their real-life racing commitments. Qualifying begins. The no escape rule is in effect, and it is the entire field that will be working their way around here in this 20-minute session. Brilliant stuff to see. Just a ton of cars making their way out onto the racetrack again. Leading the charge is Corey Preston in the number 98. He was 41st in pre-qualifying and would have started on pole for Split 2. But Blake Warboys, who qualified for Split 1, unfortunately was not able to make it tonight. So Corey has been elevated to the main game along with our Split 2 winner, Luke Rosella, who is now in the proper car and number, driving a number 55 Commodore instead of a number 31 Mustang.
Oh, bit of a switch here and there. So good to see. Got that fixed up before this race. So not going to get docked double points, as that would be particularly painful. But, well, if we go up towards turns 3 and 4, if we can, look at this race. And this is the games begun. It's... anyone want to say Monza F1 2019, if I remember? Yes, getting my years correct. So try 40 touring cars versus 10, or 20 if we count back to Q1 even, where we saw a bit of it. Q3 that year in particular was quite horrific. This is a... Yes, you makes you wonder...
Why are we looking at this car? We want to see that big pack of cars trying to sort themselves out.
Jared Filsell opting to get ahead of all this, and probably for the better in this case, because here they come round turns 6 and 7, and it's just a massive block of cars all deciding that they're finally sort of getting in single file, but they'd all sort of gone 2 or 3 wide. So up to speed they go through the penultimate corner as they get ready to make their first qualifying attempts. And well, I'm very curious to see here what the gap's going to be actually between the last car in the train and our leading car in the train, because everyone's spacing themselves out this little bit now to obviously get themselves some clean air. Actually, Mitchison in the 04 has actually pulled off the track completely at pit lane. And, well, the rate these guys at the back of the field are going, they're going to have to be careful to... Okay, they're going to get around the penultimate corner, not too bad, but there are a couple of cars, such as Corey Preston there and Andrew Dyson. They were the first 2 cars out of the lane, but they look like they are... don't think they're going flat out at the moment, so they might... I don't think they're on a lap just yet, if I'm not mistaken. And Jared Filsell might be our first actually committing, but I might be completely wrong in this front. And as you see here, more cars opting to pull aside, it would seem. Yep, one of the Cindy Sim Racing cars there, and that green machine would be... Where are you? Green machine. Wayne Burke in the 89. That's who I spotted there. So, oh, that's not a good spot. Well, Burke's on the apex of turns 6 and 7, and to get out of the way just, I think. So yeah, this is the game now. Not just about getting a fast lap in; it's about getting a lap of no traffic in, because it's all kinds of bonkers. Andrew Dyson, first man on the board with a 130.1, eclipsed by Filsell immediately with a 129.9 and 129.8 for Brody Kostecki to provisional pole position. So here come the fast times. And Joshua Anderson up to the provisional pole at a 129.8. You look here at Richie Stanaway, his first lap time of 130.6 is currently seeing him down the order a little bit as more times continue to file in, mostly in the 130 bracket. Our top 3, though, inside of 1 minute 30 at this stage race.
Yes, well, Stanaway is following Jared Filsell there, trying to snatch a whisper of a slipstream off him. The slipstream is incredibly important at this track. Brody Kostecki here running a time good enough for second place in that Boost Mobile Commodore. Good to see that Jared Filsell has a friend here in the session. Brody Kostecki is usually in his ear as his race engineer when he races in V8SCOPS, but Brody deciding to attack the track himself this time around. The first flurry of lap times are in, and it looks like 29 of our drivers have set qualifying times as things stand. We look at the Racecraft Simulations Race on Oz machine here. couple of Race on Oz cars coming through this section. It's Rick Kuznetsov and Brian Borg for Premier Racing Team. Actually, yeah, they're not Race on Oz, Premier Racing Team. Sometimes there are sponsors shared, which I can sometimes forget about. But Kuznetsov, it seems, working himself really nicely. And we've seen Kuznetsov make a couple of split one appearances so far as the flurry of lap times comes to a close. The majority of the field making their way into the pits because we have the no escape rule here in Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. Just like the real world, you can't just stop on the side of the track, press a key and escape back to your garage. You have to jump back into the pits yourself.
Yep, that does obviously make things a little bit less virtual, tiny bit more real, but it will mean that the track will be more congested as a result. So drivers are going to have to be very careful about trying to find that space they need. So with most of the field on the same cycle, at least, what that does mean is that we won't have too many drivers on an in-lap or an out-lap at the same time as drivers are on a flying lap, but that will get muddled up as drivers continue to go around here. So that could cause some problems, and there's a massive pack of cars currently up at turn 3, while we've got drivers, I think, possibly were trying to do a lap, and in fact, oh, the exit of turn 3 is now a little traffic jam of cars trying to stay out of the way off the line. Thankfully,
amongst them with Dylan Rudd.
Thankfully, looks like everyone coming up to this pack so far is on an out lap, and they're bunching up, but there are cars behind that are yet to set a time. Oh, I think Jordan Ross is on a lap. Rainer Costello's on a lap. Wayne Burke maybe on a... Oh, dear, this is... Yeah.
Oh,
this is a bit of an exercise in frustration and pain here, and yet drivers still trying to sweep through the field here to get laps done. Ross has made it through, it would seem, but I think the 177 Evolution Racing Team car, which I believe is Rainer Costello. No, it's Ethan Grigalt. And interesting, he's in the 177. So I'm fairly certain that's a car number error there for Ethan Grigalt.
Oh, yeah.
As well.
And Jordan Ross abandons that lap. There was no way that was going to be a quick time with him coming up on everyone backing off on their out lap. And I have to say, we ran split qualifying last round at Montreal, but for whatever reason, we've elected not to run split qualifying here at the Red Bull Ring, and it seems that it is causing some congestion dramas for a few of the drivers out there. But the second flurry of lap times will come in very shortly. We're on board with the reigning champion, Madison Down. Excellent drive from him out of the first corner, and he's got a huge draft train up ahead of him. Should get up to some very nice straight line speed. Currently, Madison is in 10th place in this qualifying session. So let's see if he can improve on that any. He was slightly off from where people would usually expect him to be at Montreal, but Madison Down, traditionally, a slow start to the season doesn't necessarily mean much for him. He is strong when it comes to that year-long consistency. That's what got him the championship last season. One of the cars just backing off there. That's Dylan O'Shea in the number 19. But Madison Down continuing around on this lap. A little bit of drama up ahead here. Jake Burton is now the car in front. Looks like Burton backed off a little bit to one of the Trans-Tasman cars by, and Hayden Harrison off into the gravel trap coming out of turn 7. So that's going to be a little bit of a dent in his session. Jake Burton, just ahead of Madison Down here, was in contention for the win at Montreal. He's going to back off and go into the pits. My goodness, that's a late pit entry there from Brady Myers. Madison Down is going to continue. Let's see if he improves here on his 10th place. 1 minute 30.059. Yes, he elevates himself to P6. And Ethan Warren going to first place. Andrew Gilliam to P2. Excellent job there from the number 59 of Ethan Warren for Trans-Tasman Racing, with Andrew Gilliam for Pursuit up in second, showing his pre-qualifying pace was no flash in the pan.
Well, the gap between the 36 of Anderson and the 99 of Kosticki was 1/1000th of a second, and now we've got ourselves 9.5 hundredths of a second, sorry. now at the front of the field between Warren and Gilliam. So there's the time. And just before I continue on, I actually want to mention Ethan Grigault once again. He's just come back out on track to now attempt another flying run. He actually is in the correct car number. So despite all the years upon which you'd be familiar with Ethan Grigault running the 117 car number, Reese, 177 is indeed his V8SCOPS 2022 car number. So it is a change there for that car. I've not been around as long as you, but even still, I'm familiar enough to know that Grigault very much has used the 117 for about as long as most people can probably remember. But yeah, small change there, and is not actually an issue as we jump on board with Jake Burton in the number 8 and opts to go for the grass as a method of getting off track here. And yeah, drivers having to resort to some very alternate techniques because there just clearly isn't enough track space to be out of the way the entire time. You can be out of the way for part of a corner, but it seems it just becomes an issue somewhere else, not too much further down the track here. So yeah, drivers opting for very different things as here comes a big pack of cars bunching up. Yep, everyone backing off, so no one here on a lap, thankfully. So the game is afoot now to who's going to go first. The answer is no one's going first. Yep, the Monza S draft trains are in full effect here, and Jake Burton has drawn the shortest straw. It would seem, still trying to get someone ahead, but yet no dice. I think jaking it's going to be a go or a bust. So off he goes to start another qualifying run here, Reese.
All right, let's see how it works out then for the man from Perth who is now based in Victoria. Into the first corner then for Jake. Very good qualifying performance at Montreal, but oh dear, looks like he's gone a little bit too deep into turn 1. He might have picked up a slowdown there potentially, or an off track. Either way, he's backed off, so that leaves Brady Myers to lead the charge here coming into turn 3. They do have to worry a little bit about the drivers up ahead here who are backing off on their outlaps. Hayden Harrison, Todd Hayne and Ryan O'Sullivan among them. Ethan Grigault is up at the front of the train there, but we ride on board with Jordan Ross in the 143. Remember, he didn't have the best of luck getting a qualifying time down early in the session, but down to a 1 minute 30.237. He's currently 14th in the session in car 143. Let's see if he commits to this. No, going into the pits. And if we were to have pit stops in this race, that Jochenrindt curve would be a real point of contention because you have to slow down on your way through the corner to even make the pit lane. Meanwhile, checking out Wayne Burke here in the Synergy car. It looks like he might, Brenton Hobson, sorry, just starting a qualifying lap there in the number 88. 13th place, not bad for Hobson at all. He is known as Mr. 6th place for the amount of 6th places that he's gotten in this series. He'll be hoping to get a little bit closer to that. Ethan Grigault, meanwhile, improves on a lap time. He goes up to 33rd. Luke Rosella, our Split 2 winner, going up to 28th place. 1 minute 30.48 is the time from him. But Hobson here, all alone on the circuit. He's not going to get any draft benefit here. And we'll have to wait and see if there are any cars backing off up ahead of him. I'm having a look, and it seems that Hobson has space.
Yeah, I was just saying, Ethan Grigault actually setting his first timed lap of the session, and we're already approaching the final quarter. So he's got one, maybe two more runs possible at this stage, but he's got Job Stewart behind who I think was on a lap and is now... Yep, just turfed Ethan Grigault out of turn 4. So, either not too impressed or... yeah, again, just the struggles of getting through and around this place. Coming to the fore, wherever you look, it would seem. So it is definitely making things a bit difficult for everyone out there tonight as you see Grigault recover his car and get back out there. So, one lap on the books for him. So now time to try and close the gap because, well, 1 second covers the top 36 cars here. Some more drivers jumping up into the top of the field. Richard Hansom's just jumped from 6th to 2nd. A 129.727 for him displaces Gilliam to 3rd. Rick Kuznetsov jumped up from 7th to 4th. So drivers making some moves here in this mid-phase. And again, the Trans-Tasman train heading up to turn 2. So Hampstead taking full advantage there, it would seem, of the teamwork on offer and the potential of the teamwork that exists in an open qualifying session. So doing good work there in the number 28 Mustang race.
That he is. Excellent job from Rick Kuznetsov as well for Premier Racing Team. He's been dragging his teammate Brian Borg around the circuit and the slipstream as these cars back off to get ready for their next qualifying lap. Big queue there, and it's headed up by Jordan Ross up here, who finally gets up to speed. Brody Kostecki trying to give himself a bit of space just behind. It looks like that pack of cars on fast laps is really starting to come up on them now. Madison Down, chief amongst them. They're going to have to be careful here coming through the final corner. They might come up on them. We'll have to wait and see, though. Madison Down coming through Jochen curve. Corey McFarlane enters the pits up ahead of him. Oh, this is going to be difficult. Yeah, they're all coming into the lane there. They weren't able to complete that sequence of qualifying laps, and it looks like there's problems there for, it looks like Kostecki, who is missing his boot lid. That's not going to be good there for the Boost Mobile driver. Not much of an opportunity to improve on his current 6th place in this session. We've got under 4 minutes to go, so if you want to set your final lap time, you have to get out now.
Yep, you do indeed. They will be able to complete a lap after the timer hits 0 if they have started one. So we look here at the number 21 of Marcello Rivera. He is currently down in 21st place on a 1:30.359, but that just says a lot about the pace differences in the field. Again, yeah, traffic just about everywhere you look. So thankfully, not too much cars on this lap, it would seem, for Rivera. The question is, can he improve here on this first lap? Not seeing any personal bests at this stage, but could improve here through the middle sector. As behind him is Jake Burton, who's currently in 10th. And Rivera does set a personal best in sector 2 here on this current lap, so just needs to bring it home here, and hopefully didn't lose too much time in sector 1. Reese to even a 10th of a second. We'll see him move up to 16th. Oh, pardon me, it'll move him up to 17th place. 2 tenths. We'll see him jump up to around 14th place here, so it's not much. If he can get it right through the final corner, that was close. Did it count? It did count. A 1:30.25. So jumps from 21st to 17th place there on that lap, and that should be his qualifying done with 2 minutes 20 on the clock. He won't be able to get around and get back out in time there, Reece. So 17th is the best that the number 21 can do at this stage.
And the drivers ahead of him in the standings, pretty much everyone in the top 10 has been struggling to try and get a full lap in. The last couple of attempts at a run that they've had, they've all jumped straight back into the pits. Richie Stanaway, meanwhile, it looks like he's been having trouble getting up to speed. 1 minute 30.415 is the time for him. Meanwhile, Wayne Burke just elevating himself from 20th to 11th. A fantastic run there from the 89. But we focus here on one of the Mustangs making their way down the back stretch. That is indeed Richie Stanaway in number 62, and a little bit of a wallopy moment on the rears coming into the turn 4 hairpin. So doesn't look like that's going to be an improvement there for Richie, and it seems he has backed off from that lap. Maybe if he has the tyres still with him, he can do one final attempt before the timer hits 0. Looking back a bit further, though, to these drivers here coming out of the turn 4 hairpin, the likes of Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell trying their best to improve their positions. It's 5th and 7th for the Boost Mobile drivers as things stand. And it looks like drivers just backing off here, coming through the last couple of corners. Meanwhile, Trans-Tasman pack headed up by Lee Ellis. He's got Richard Hampstead just behind him, Jake Maloney, and then Brady Myers with Kurt Stenberg in tow as well. That's a big problem there for Lee Ellis coming off the track. These drivers will all be working together in their team here to try and give each other the best draft possible. And with 17 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be borderline if some of these drivers further back make their way to the line. Looks like Richard Hampstead is going to get away with it. Who behind them is in danger here? Corey McFarlane looks like just getting his way around to start his lap. Unfortunately, Richie Stanaway unable to start another qualifying lap from that. He'll have to go back to the pits, but it's crunch time now in this session, Dan. Let's see what the Trans-Tasman crew can do.
Well, a couple of drivers improving on that lap from the TTR squad. Brady Myers and Madison Down in particular. Myers jumped up about 7 or 8 spots to just get into the top 10 with a 129.8. So I would suspect for most of the TTR guys here, they're going to consider that qualifying done for them, but never say never here. For example, Lee Ellis is currently down in 34th place and would presumably be hoping to try and find something else, but knowing the way these tyres operate, could also be that he will accept that as just being what it is for this session, and going to have to put in the work here when it comes to the race and getting a clean run in the first one. There will be qualifying later on tonight for race 2, so both races effectively independent of each other in just about every way, shape and manner, meaning that basically there will be a chance to try again and fix things up for the number 18 driver number 18 machine here. Yeah, no personal best through Sector 1 or Sector 2, so expect the 18 to pull into the pit lane here.
Kostecki, meanwhile, improves to second in the dying moments of the session. Good stuff there from Brody Kostecki. Richard Hampstead demoted to third, and it looks like pretty much no one else is going to improve on a lap this time around. The Trans-Tasman team ending up abandoning that run. So, big surprise at the end of the session there with Kostecki in the 99 getting up into P2. It's going to be an interesting start here tonight, but at the end of the session, as these drivers make their way in, they've learned a lot in this qualifying session that will carry through to the second qualifying session later on tonight. And chief among them is you definitely have to be careful of how you place your car on the circuit. If there are drivers on outlaps while you're doing a hot lap, you have to keep a close eye on your timing, on your telemetry as well. Make sure that you have the space you need. Timer hits 0, and we can go through the grid now for the first race of Split 1 here in Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS at the Red Bull Ring. Ethan Warren to pole position. Fantastic performance from the 59. Brody Kostecki will share the first row with him. Richard Hampstead and Andrew Gilliam share row 2. Then it's Rick Kuznetsov. A great run there for Premier Racing Team. And Jared Filsell rounding out the top 6. 7th and 8th is going to be Dylan Rudd and Madison Down. Dylan Rudd doing very well for 9.5 Sim Sport. That's a fantastic time from him. Josh Anderson and Brady Myers have an all-TTR 5th row. Meanwhile, it's Pursuit's Job Stewart and TTR's Jake Maloney who round out the top 12.
Sharing row 7 is going to be Luke Rosella, our Split 2 race winner, up into 13th place ahead of Jake Burton. In 14th, Stenberg, one of the next to the TTR drivers, 15th place for him will be alongside Brian Borg in 16th. Wayne Burke, the 89. You can see there almost identical time to the millisecond. In fact, according to iRacing, also exactly down to the millisecond with Brian Borg, but it'll have to be 17th place for him alongside Andrew Dyson in 18th for the DPR racing entry there. The 88 of Brenton Hobson starting out at 19th alongside Ethan Grigol in the 177 there, and that's our top 20. But continue on, 21st goes to Jordan Ross in the 143 Synergy machine. Marcelo Rivera, 22nd, almost could have made it 21s all round for that car, but not quite this time. Nevertheless, his teammate, Rainer Costello, will be starting out at 23rd just behind him, and Glenn Postlethwaite rounds out the top 24 here in the number 95 machine for Synergy Sim Racing race.
Dylan O'Shea starts alongside Kobe Jones on the 13th row. Then it's Todd Hain, Taipan alongside Synergy. Adam Briggs there coming from DPR. Corey McFarlane for Send It Sim Sports will start as 094 alongside Luke Mitchinson to round out the top 30. Then it's Ryan O'Sullivan for Evolution Racing Team alongside Hayden Sell. Richie Stanaway is going to start alongside Lee Ellis for 33rd and 34th. Then it's Hayden Harrison and Corey Preston, 35th and 36th. Last few spots on the grid will go to Benjamin Smith. Top split debutant, Paul Young, as highlighted by James Chastaneuf when we had a chat to him after split 2. Great stuff there from Paul Young. Christopher Ireland, Cameron Jones, and Zach Ski are going to round out our 41 cars here. In race control, we got 4 guys: Simon Black, Simon Mazzomo, Nick Parker, and Michael Korolev. Nick Parker will likely drive the Virtual Racing School safety car onto the circuit if there is a big enough incident here. Just under 40 seconds remaining, and this is the point where the drivers really psyching themselves up for the start. Ethan Warren in the Trans-Tasman machine. It's another pole position for Trans-Tasman Racing, continuing their brilliant run in this series from the moment of its inception all the way back in 2014. But Brody Kostecki, an incredibly fast driver, we'll see what he can do to get it off the line. Certainly has experience starting these cars in real life. Let's see if it translates to the sim. Reminder that we've got 29 laps of flat-out racing here. There's going to be no pit stops, no fuel restrictions, no nothing. It's all about track position and how you can battle your way through the field. The revs rise, and split 1 of Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS at the Red Bull Ring is go, and Kostecki, unfortunately, not getting off to a start at all. He was creeping forward on the grid, drivers having to avoid him. That might create a pile-up in the midfield. Kostecki does get going. It's Ethan Warren who leads into turn 1.
I saw there at the back of the pack as the cars came past, and spin on the exit turn 1. Dylan Rudd's been turned.
Oh, this is huge. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
that's
it's
massive.
Proper track blocker, front to rear, up and down the field. Oh, yeah. Looks like Wayne Burke in the 89, I think, is currently parked backwards. And, oh boy. On top of all that, I was going to try and take a moment to say while we're on the grid, Glenn Postlethwaite dropped out of the server and has not yet returned. Kostecki is currently dead in the water on the front straight, I think. Yeah, there is a Boost Mobile car currently dead on the inside of the front straight, and safety car is moving to the Exeter pit lane. So there is Kostecki in the 99. And there it is, race control calling the safety car immediately. So the Virtual Racing School replay out for that moment there, and we've got a lot to have a look at here, Reese.
That we do. Let's take a look at Brody Kostecki first on the replay, I think, because it resulted in quite a bit of drama between Christopher Ireland, Zach Ski, and Lee Ellis. Ellis went to try and swerve to avoid Kostecki, but ended up getting into the side of Zach Ski. We'll take a look at it here. You see Kostecki creeping forward, might have stalled the car, might not have started it, and he is at a standstill there, narrowly avoided by Gilliam and the Trans-Tasman cars. A bit of contact there, and you'll see Ellis and the like slam into him right about there. Oh, goodness me. So it's all gone wrong for Brody Kostecki. The qualifying performance, unfortunately, not working out for him, and this complete mess out of turn 1 was started by 3 wide contact. The 990 of Dylan Rudd had contact made on the inside by the 55 of Luke Rosella, who had Jake Burton on his inside. So 3 wide contact on the exit of the first turn. There you go. See Ellis trying to avoid and then getting into Skay, and then Rudd gets spun up ahead of these guys, and they have no idea what's happening. They have no idea what's coming. Just cars spewing all the way around the track.
It is a mess to behold. A couple of very lucky drivers and all of that able to slip through in various places in the pack there. So trying to get an angle on all of that is very hard indeed. But we'll jump back to live pictures as the field is now under the control of, I believe it is indeed, Nick Parker in the 0-0 safety car here for us tonight. And yeah, we're going to have a very busy time. Glenn Postlethwaite has indeed joined the race. He missed the grid due to dropping out whilst the gridding procedure happened, and is currently, but thankfully, got a clean car. Just going to be at the back of this pack here, although he's dropped again momentarily, so might be having some internet issues there that are persisting for that number 95 Sim Racing entry. Well, with the track now clear, we should expect to go green within probably at the end of lap 3 here, because it looks like the field is still very much spaced out, and with a number of drivers still...
Kostecki's still stopped on the front straight. They're going to have to clear him first before they go green. And in terms of drivers that were involved in all of that carnage, Luke Rosella, obviously, Rainer Costello, Jake Burton has re-entered the track after being involved in all of that, as has Brian Borg and Zach Ski. Corey Preston has gotten his rudimentary repairs done, but Brenton Hobson, Marcelo Rivera, Todd Hayne, Adam Briggs, and it seems Christopher Ireland, as well as Kostecki, still stopped or in the pits as the safety car comes around. Once the field gets by Kostecki, they will likely give him permission to tow.
Yep, that does sound fairly typical of the Oceanic Sim Racing safety car procedure, as has been the case here. So indeed, the field making its way past under the control of the safety car, and the 99 ejecting there as the field passes by. So that does mean we should be going green at the end of this lap. There are a few drivers just out there that will be trying to catch the train. Jake Burton and the 55 of Luke Rosella in particular, as they are currently on the lead lap and would like to rejoin the queue. As well as a couple of lap cars there, the 333 of Zach Ski, 017 of Brian Borg, who was able to catch there, unfortunately entangled in the mess that was the melee at turn 1, and the number 98 as well, which belongs to Corey Preston, caught up in that chaos as well. But they actually are now back on the lead lap, and Jake Burton has actually opted to bring his car back down onto pit lane this time by, so either looking for some more repairs or possibly opting to retire the car at this stage. Reese, we will have to wait and see on that one there as we watch the rest of the field make their way down to turn 4 here. And yep, looking like we're picking up pace a little bit, so safety car possibly, well, we presume safety car should be in this lap given the track is now clear. It's just a matter of a couple of drivers ideally would like to catch up to the train before we go green here.
Well, we'll see when Nick Parker brings the safety car into the pits. It's around this point that he would start pulling away from the field to let them take the start. And the lights are indeed no longer flashing on the front of this Porsche Cayman 718 GT4, so away he goes, leaves the field behind. The field now falls under the control of Ethan Warren, and escaping the huge incident in turn 1, most of the top 10 is Trans-Tasman 1-2, and Andrew Gilliam in 3rd and Jared Filsell in 4th. Got to keep an eye out for the likes of Anderson and Kuznetsov in 5th and 6th as well. Madison down 7th. It's Brady Myers, Job Stewart and Jake Maloney who round out the top 10. Now when does Warren decide to go? He can go any time between the last corners and the start-finish line. He's keeping it nice and slow. There we go. Coming into the final corner, he puts the power down and briefly leaves Richard Hampstead behind. As we go green to start lap 4 of 29 here at the Red Bull Ring. Very good lead from Ethan Warren coming into turn 1. Hampstead just in line behind. Gilliam's not able to make a move on him at turn 1. Runs a little bit wide though coming out of the first corner, and that sausage curb is something the driver's going to have to watch out for. They look pretty stable over it, but if you get your trajectory wrong, then it will result in some sliding. Gilliam has a bit of a look up the inside of Richard Hampstead, but Hampstead's going to cut through as Jared Filsell defends from the likes of Josh Anderson just behind him. Gets a really good exit though. Filsell and Gilliam are together on track once again. Remember, they battled for the win in Montreal, and it was an incredible battle to witness. This time, they're battling for the last position on the podium, but that could easily change any time in the next 26 laps.
That it could, and trouble for the 333 of Zach Ski having returned to the circuit. And that car is currently parked off of the track, thankfully, but on the little connecting section of between the Grand Prix and National configurations. And yeah, his front end damaged from the lap 1 melee that he got entangled with. Quite possibly a blown motor or just such severe damage he's opted not to continue on. But down in turn 1 on the replay here, thanks to Virtual Racing Score, and
yeah, it blows.
Okay, it does blow indeed. All right, so oh yep,
there.
Actually, possibly intentionally done there, but able to pull the car off of the racing circuit and has been given permission to clear the track, thankfully. So we can keep it green, and we better get it green because we've got Dylan O'Shea defending incredibly aggressively from Hayden Harrison for 20th place down into turn 1. Gee whiz. He went all the way to the wall. Thankfully, a single consistent move across. So, no foul play there in terms of poor driving. Meanwhile, side by side, just up ahead between Luke Mitchison and Andrew Dyson, heading into turn 3. Mitchison having to defend to the inside at the hairpin. And he looks to have held on to that spot for now, but Dyson gets a better run on the inside here, Reese. Meanwhile, just ahead of them, that looks like we've got Wayne Burke looking to get by Kobe Jones. Teammates at Synergy Sim Racing, so if they can focus up and attack Kurt Stenberg together, that would be best. And indeed, there goes Burke. Deep under brakes up ahead of this shot here. Plenty of side-by-side action up and down the field here. Burke now trying to go the outside of turn 6. Not able to make it stick though, so he looks to tuck back in and press the attack elsewhere on the 47 machine. As everyone trying to get into a rhythm, you'd think, but again, drivers not afraid to start putting on the moves to get this race underway and get aggressive early here as we jump on board. Be the number 74 of Ryan O'Sullivan here, trying to pressure Andrew Dyson for 17th place down into the final couple of corners here. And they're both trying to catch back up to Mitchison again. Had a good run there, did the 0-4 race on Oscar, but Dyson is back under his bumper, so these three guys line astern here into turn 1. So no moves this time by as we go inside the cockpit with the 74 ERT Commodore here, Reese. Everyone calming down a bit now, which is good. So the question is, when does the move come? Answer is, here's the front of the field. Hampstead keeping Ethan Moran honest for the race lead. They're just starting to drop Andrew Gilliam, although that might just be more due to the pressure from Jared Philsell behind.
Indeed. It's good running for Trans-Tasman so far. We look a bit further back, though. Have a look there at Rick Kuznetsov. He gives a little tap to the reigning champion, Madison Down, and gets up the inside of him on the exit of turn 4 and through turn 5. But Down, with a better exit, I think Kuznetsov just slightly lifted to redress the position there. He's going to have another go at Down here, maybe with an over-under in turn 6. No, not quite. This is a very tightly packed series of cars here, from 6th place all the way back to Jordan Ross in 12th, and there's barely any space for them here. Goodness me, coming up to the last couple of corners. Let's see if anyone decides to pull out and make a move. Doesn't look like it's going to happen this time around. You need to have a really good advantage over the driver in front of you out of the likes of turn 7. So it looks like that's the way they're going to go for now. So Madison Down, 6th place now for the reigning champion, but he's getting massively pressured by an on-form Rick Kuznetsov.
That he is. The lift back into line there before turn 6, causing that bit of a checkup. And now here comes the run out of turn 1. Down's got a bit of a breather, it would seem, but watch here as the speed builds. The 008 will start closing in, and he's not quite there though, so
Myers.
Door opens for 22 of Brady Myers up the inside turn 3. Who gets a better drive off the corner? And again, that outside line when it's the driver's able to straighten the car earlier and sort of get on the power. Kuznetsov able to hold on to the spot, but now giving Down the chance to get away ever so slightly here. Myers shows half a nose here down into turn 4, and Kuznetsov not using the apex curb unlike the Trans-Tasman cars either side, but these guys obviously they're all very careful with what they do here. Obviously they can't afford to be too aggressive because a mistake in an attacking move opens them up to a pass immediately from any of these guys around them here. Given that, as you said, we're all the way back to the 143 Jordan Ross gap there from Kuznetsov. That is literally just 1.5 seconds covering 7th through 12th, let alone adding Madison Down barely ahead. So here is a lot of cars. Meanwhile, one of the cars that caught up in lap 1, Dylan Rudd there. Rough look for the front of the 990 9.5 machine there for him. He's got Ben Smith and Luke Rosella behind him. Both of those drivers, Rosella did a very good job in qualifying to get up to 13th and has unfortunately had a rough start being entangled in the lap 1 melee. But his car looks to be fairly straight, so there's a chance here for him to be able to make some ground during this race, but we have to wait and see. Lap 8 has been started now by the race leaders.
Oh, that's a good exit.
Yes, it is indeed, Reese. Up the hill we go towards turn 3. Smith trying to cover him off, but hasn't covered all the way, so leaves him A-cars with nothing more, nothing less. Oh, massive bump! Smith able to straighten it back up just in time for the braking zone. Minor miracle he's able to break that thing in a straight line and not have the car violently go to the fence. They continue side by side down the hill to turn 4, Reese. Take another quick look at that. Oh, so yeah, big slide as you were saying there out of turn 1. Sets Rosella up to have a run. They're still side by side on the live pitches when we get back to them out of turn 4. Rosella might just, you look at that there, a car's width and nothing more left by Ben Smith. Definitely defending just about all that he can within reason here, Reese, and it's only lap 8 of 29.
Yeah, well, there's the contact in slow motion. Benjamin Smith with a big hit. They would have contacted tyres, and that would result in a huge transfer of momentum between the cars. News from race control, meanwhile. Jake Burton has been given a black flag for his part of the incident coming into turn 1. And it looks like he might have just served it then. So Burton has rejoined down in 32nd place. Not a good night there for Jake, and not a good start to the season either. Remember, he was in contention for the win at Montreal, but contact was made with Jared Filsell, and unfortunately Jake not able to get the result that he allegedly deserved. As it's side by side here, one of the Trans-Tasman Racing Mustangs. It's the 29 of Jake Maloney down in 10th place. He's got Ethan Griggold on his inside, and Ethan's going to go for it here. Ethan's having a great charge through the field. Up 9 positions now, and it looks like Jordan Ross might try to get him as well. Let's see if Jake Maloney can defend here from the 1-4-3. He's going to have to. They're side by side on the way into turn 6, but Ethan Griggold completes the move. And it looks like Jordan Ross unable to employ the over-under technique on the Trans-Tasman number 29.
Indeed. Meanwhile, just behind there, Luke Rosella has gotten through on Dylan Rudd. So that's 24th place. Oh, trouble for Ben Smith. He's had a bit of a moment at turn 6. And looks like he's slid, I think, all by himself. Actually, oh no. A little bit of nose to tail with Lee Ellis. Oh, it was a little bit nasty. Thankfully, both cars carry on as they were for the most part. Just lost time and scorched rears for the 91. So here comes across, take the normal line. Lee Ellis, though, saw a gap for a moment and went round the outside. Bit of a optimistic position, I think, given that it was very late that the overlap was made. But at the same time, Smith probably didn't need to move across as much. But Lee Ellis gets the job done at turn 1, although Smith is right there and could go for the pass back. We will have to see. Back towards the front of the field as we continue with live pitches. Here's Job Stewart. Oh, Madison Down leads a group of 4 here with Rick Kuznetsov still in it. Brady Myers in 8th, and then Job Stewart 9th as they make their way down into turn 4 again. Myers just a little bit tighter through the turn 4 apex than Kuznetsov ahead, but nothing comes of it once again. So these guys continue as they were, Reese, but still keeping each other very much honest. And Greg Galt, Maloney, and Jordan Ross are starting to close back up to them, so could easily become a 7-car train once again. And if Madison Down's able to just edge forward a bit from here as well, they might be able to potentially close in on the top 5, who are a little bit spaced out, but still Warren has Hampstead with half a second of company, and then Gilliam is half a second back again. He's got Jared Filsell at 2/10. So Filsell here relatively comfortable with 4th place for now, it would seem, but shows the nose down the front straight. Opts to tuck back in though for turn 1. Maybe try and set up the run here. We'll have to see. Turn 3, what has he got possibly down the straights here? As he will get the slipstream effect being closer to Gilliam. Then Gilliam is to Hampstead, but nothing of it this time by Reese. Here we go.
Here we go. Into the hairpin he goes. Great move there from Jared Filsell, but can Gilliam hook up the exit on the outside? I was going to say there's been a problem for Dylan O'Shea. It looks like he's blown his motor, but he's pulled into the runoff area outside turn 1, so he gets that done. Gilliam lifting off there. Oh, and he's having to defend now from the 36 of Josh Anderson, who manages to just slip through into 4th place briefly. But Gilliam, with a slightly better exit round the outside, he's going to have that line into the corner and yield there from Anderson. So that's Jared Filsell free now of Andrew Gilliam. he can start focusing on the top two up ahead. And if you're those two Trans-Tasman cars of Ethan Warren and Richard Hampstead, having Jared Filsell in your mirrors, it's a familiar sight, but one that should strike a little bit of fear into your heart nonetheless.
It probably should indeed, and just having had a look back myself at Dylan O'Shea in the number 19 Mustang with simracing.com DPR, unfortunately blew the motor all by himself heading into Jochen Rindt. So that is his day done, and thankfully I was able to limp it all the way down to the escape road at turn 1. So got us himself well out of the way, and race control able to happy to have him tow and keep this race green here as we get lap 12 going. And yep, that 4-car battle pack is now a 7-car battle pack, with Grig Galt having brought his motley trio up to join the band. And, well, no moves this time by once again from the group.
Well,
so
actually, there's a big move from Job Stewart. Oh, he gets into the side. Gets into the side of Rick Kuznetsov. And Madison Downs slips through to get into 6th place once again. Goodness me. We'll get a quick replay of that, but the battling is still continuing. We'll see what happens here with Job Stewart. Obviously, seeing the gap open and thinking that he can go for the move. Very good run at the end of the straight. And might have just braked a little bit late and had to avoid everyone. Yeah, that was way too deep there from Job Stewart. But Madison Down placing his car perfectly to take advantage of that little scrap. And it looks like he's still holding on to the same position on live pictures. Stewart, he almost went for the move again on Kuznetsov, but it was blocked by the 008. And that's how they sit for the time being, coming up to the end of lap 12.
Yeah, still plenty busy here in this group, and it brings the guys at the back of it ever closer again. And, well, if they keep this up and the guys behind even further back, such as Wayne Burke and Kobe Jones, there's every chance that they'll join the fight as well, and they're dragging along, not dragging, pardon me, they've got Kurt Stenberg there in 15th place and Ryan O'Sullivan. They're coming along as well. So if they all stick together and don't do anything too crazy, all they need is the guys up ahead to keep at it, and they'll join the pack. Meanwhile, I'll talk about a little bit crazy. Here's 3 wide. Cameron Jones on the lefts of shot, with Hayden Harrison being swallowed up the middle. Well, goes Hayden Harrison in the middle there, getting eaten alive by Luke Mitchison. And Cameron Jones there now side by side into the hairpin. Who gets the better run? Answer's going to be Jones, and he just moves across in front of Mitchison, who gets a little tap from Harrison. And thankfully all those guys continue about oh, here we go. Hayden Harrison this time thinks about the inside of Cameron Jones into turn 4. All right then, and here comes Mitchison turning down, thinking about the corner as though it's too wide. So he's the big loser of that one there. Hayden Harrison gets his spot back, I believe, at the front of this group. And there's Richie Stanaway in his number 62 machine. Watching the front of that car, looking a little bit worse for wear. But Stanaway up 13 spots from his starting position, nevertheless. Cameron Jones looks like he's our biggest mover, up 21 spots, to 19th where he stands. But looks like he's got the pace and the desire to move up a couple more spots further still here.
Oh, have a look at that. That's a big move there. And Richie Stanaway lifting off early. And, oh, contact between Harrison and Jones. Harrison has to take to the runoff area in the final corner. That's going to translate to potentially a good run down the front straight. Remember, these guys are battling for the last position in the top 18. Pretty insane battling all throughout the field here. And it looks like Stanaway's going to try and get up the inside of Rosella at turn 1. Gives him a little bit of a tap. Oh, taps him again on the exit, but lifts off. And that allows the 094 of Corey McFarlane to say, thank you very much for that. We'll take that position. Will he move to the inside to defend from Rosella? Doesn't look like it. Rosella's going to get up his inside at the hairpin here. And who's going to get the better exit? It looks like Rosella just managed to nail it on the inside, which is something that doesn't really happen often.
Able to get the car out wide enough there to cover off and protect from the outer line momentum that McFarlane could have had, and just also stifles the run of the 094 there for good measure on the exit of turn 3. So perfect sort of execution of the pass back there. So I was going to say it was a 2-for-1 moment for McFarlane, but it's back down to the single place gained over Stanaway there. So still in with a shot at getting up towards the back of Jones and Harrison here still. So if you can get the that done, Meanwhile, at the front of the field, we better have a look at it because Ethan Warren still got half a second on Richard Hampstead, but Jared Filsell is now just half a second off the back of P2, so they're all close. And meanwhile, Madison Downs still leads the train from 6th place, and it still goes back to Jordan Ross. So they've settled down now, it would seem, for a little bit here, given we're at the halfway mark of the race. And everyone just starting to think about sizing each other up and feeling out where tyres are at and preserving what tyre life they've got left here, you would think, Reese. Because when it comes to the final, oh, here comes Stewart again. Take 2. This time, though, does not go for 2 for 1 on the inside. And he's not able to do what Rosella did to McFarlane last time around. So Kuznetsov able to come across and, well, get the better run on the outside and holds on to his spot there. So continuing on as they were here, as we look on board from the 35 of Job Stewart. And again, trying to size up the 008 of Kuznetsov, but nothing of it this time by as they make their way up through turn 6. So everyone's still, for the most part, relatively happy to continue on as they were. But again, a couple of moves here and there, at least attempted, some not working out as you'd hope, but everyone's sort of mostly holding station as we see that next pack of cars with Wayne Burke leading Kobe Jones, Kurt Stenberger, Ron O'Sullivan. They haven't closed in a huge amount, still about 4.8 seconds from Madison down to Wayne Burke, 6th to 13th. So a little bit of work there they would like. Meanwhile, the battle for 19th place here would be 18th, but Hayden Harrison's the one having to defend from Luke Rosella here, and Cameron Jones is able to sort of sit out ahead of this for a moment, but Rosella, he's looking very racy indeed as he pulled it inside. No slowdown there, so that's actually just an attempt to try and break the toe there. It seems. Here comes Harrison up inside of turn 1, Reese. Goes in deep. That's surely going to be very wide for the 096. And yep, slow down for him. So that's a big L. And that actually means as a result, Rosella goes through on Cameron Jones. Corey McFarlane goes through on Cameron Jones. They set up 3 wide into the turn 3 hairpin. Harrison's trying to hang on to what he's got. McFarlane's locking the rears and it's all chirping there, but the two of them get through. This time McFarlane's going to get an equal run with Rosella, so it's a 2x2 drag race down to turn 4. Harrison slots back in front of Jones, so no more 2x2. But still, Harrison, he's looking to get through here, but he's not able to get up the outside of McFarlane. But in doing so, if he did that anyways, I think would have been an incredibly risky move there. So he'll have to settle for scrapping with Cameron Jones once more, Reese.
And he's got the inside, and Corey McFarlane trying a move. Luke Rosella had a big old look there. Jones gives the room to Hayden Harrison, but they make contact on the exit. Harrison and Jones both off into the gravel trap and nearly going into the 95 of Glenn Postlethwaite. Oh, and more contact made as they go through turn 7. It's getting very spicy here in the lower midfield. Jones is now on the inside of Postlethwaite coming into Jochen Rindt. What does Posy do? He's a driver that is not traditionally involved in huge battles like this, but man, he is showing his worth as a racer here. Just giving them enough room on the inside and getting it done. Meanwhile, Cameron Jones has to think about Hayden Harrison again. Big contact. Harrison getting into the rear of Jones. That might be considered blocking by race control. Not too sure about that, but we'll have to wait and see for any kind of decision there. But Cameron Jones and Hayden Harrison have gotten into each other a few times here in the last couple of laps. Harrison's going to have to, well, he's weaving, trying to find a way through here on Cameron Jones, who does not want to let him through. It's the outside line where Harrison might just get it done. No, he's not going to do it. Up the inside, sneaks Luke Mitchinson. It's not going to happen. Getting up onto the sausage curb. Hayden Harrison's run out of that corner, decidedly suboptimal. Let's see if he has any more goes at Harrison on this lap.
Oh, meanwhile, there's battling up in that group for 6th. It's getting incredibly busy. As you see here, Rick Kuznetsov trying to get up on Madison down. Big side-by-side contact there. Down on the inside, from my angle, didn't quite see if that was running wide or if that was Kuznetsov pinching in tight. And Job Stewart, 2 wheels in the grass, does the 35, but Days, it's getting busy. I just see my timing has lit up with a whole bunch of positions and movement in this group, and you can see it's actually splintered and fractured now with several of the Trans-Tasman cars that were in that pack. They've actually gotten tripped up with each other. I think we might want to go back to turn 3 on lap 17 if we can for this group of cars, because there was a bit of action. I think actually a couple of cars got half spun if we could. So the action continues here live as Job Stewart's trying to eye up Kuznetsov's spot here, but at the same time, it's just, yeah, it's happening up and down the field. Wherever you look, it's busy. Kuznetsov defends the inside at turn 3, leaves Stewart to try and go around the outside, and deep on the brakes he does. So let's jump on that Virtual Racing School replay of what happened up at turn 3. So it starts here with Madison down, but I believe we need to look back towards Maloney and Brady Myers towards the back of the group heading into turn 3.
Yeah.
As you can see here, these 3 guys make their way up. Jordan Ross actually already gotten up past Brady Myers before turn 1, and then here at turn 3, Ross is coming very late though and gets the rear of Maloney, and then Myers taps the rear of Ross. So yeah, a bit of shuffling and squabbling for that group there. So I think, yeah, and it may have unfolded a little earlier for good measure, but that will have to do us, I think, because still fighting on live pitches, but now it's a little bit different. Stewart is now on the defensive from Ethan Grigolt and has lost the back of Kuznetsov ever so slightly there in the middle of that lap. Meanwhile, here's what's now the new pack. Maloney leading Jordan Ross, and now Kobe Jones has joined the rear of them. So packs are shuffling around, but if these guys can stick together now, they can then maybe have a crack at closing back in on the guys ahead. And it will probably be the biggest the group has been ever since, because now with Kurt Stenberg, O'Sullivan, Burke and Jones all properly in the back of this one here, it's all hands on deck in the fight what is currently for 11th place race, but could easily become 10th, 8th, 6th, depending on how things play out ahead.
Yeah, well, there's not many laps left now in this
hello.
race. Hello, indeed. That's Jared Filsell, who's gotten alongside Richard Hamstead and Ethan Warren for the lead of the race. They're going to go 3 wide into turn 4. All 3 drivers giving each other a good amount of space. Filsell's going to get Hamstead on the inside, but Ethan Warren will stay ahead. He gives Filsell a bit of room. Let's see what Filsell can do then to try and go for the lead here. Gradually working his way up. They still got Andrew Gilliam and Josh Anderson in tow. Gilliam a little bit wider on the way into turn 6. That translates into a reasonably good exit. But Ethan Warren still holding strong here at the front of the field. That was very well executed racing by all 3 of those drivers. Shows us how racing should be done.
Indeed it was. Could have been a bit nasty, but Hamstead, I think, opting for discretion, the better part, rather than bravado there, and gets his car sort of braked a little bit early to allow Warren on the outside to take the corner a little bit more comfortably, and Filsell up the inside, able to pull his car up plenty comfortably in time and take the inside line there. So top 5 now back together properly. There was a little bit of a breakaway by the top 2, but Filsell coming through has shaken that up a little bit wide on the exit of turn 1. Was 94 Filsell, willing to take an off track, I would wager. And indeed, here he comes up the inside. He looks on Ethan Warren, so can the 59 of Warren get the drive off of corner exit? Oh, Filsell's almost there. Whether that was Warren giving a squeeze, whether that was Filsell trying to use all he could, a bit of 50-50 perhaps, but Warren with a slightly better run, but they're going to be side by side again down to turn 4, and Hamstead is closing up, as you can see here, but opts to go for the outside line. So 2 by 2 here. They've done it once. Can they do it again? Yes, they can. Filsell's got a nose ahead on the exit, but Warren's going to have the inside for turn 5. So what of it we got, boys? Warren brakes later. Filsell's still got a wheel at the axle, so he's almost got the spot there, but no. Warren able to get the drive down earlier with the inside line and gets the nose back across to cover it off. So they're starting to scrap proper now with 10 laps to go here. Well, approaching 9 laps to go, I should say, as the laps tick down here, and but these guys are putting on a show, and they're doing it in the best way possible, Reece. So now it's a game again. I think, Filsell clearly showing he feeling racy here at the front of the field, but Warren also determined to show that he's got what it takes to hold on to this lead from start to finish.
Yeah, fantastic racing so far. Let's see what Filsell does on the exit of turn 1. Both of them stick within track limits. Bit of a slide for Josh Anderson a bit further back, but that's much of a muchness. We're right on board with Jared as he gets the draft on Ethan Warren and gets up the inside again into the turn 3 hairpin. Warren was able to hold the outside here last time, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. They make contact on the exit, and Philso gets a little bit squirrely. Ethan's going to slot back in ahead of Richard Hampstead. Let's see if he tries to get him back here. Philso's taken the defensive line coming into turn 4. Warren's going to be stuck on the outside. Now, he was able to hold the outside really well last lap. Let's see if he does it again here. No, tiny bit of contact in the mid-corner, and just a bit of wheel spin on the exit of the turn. Let's see if he tries to go for the over-under here at Power Horse or up, depending on how you classify the corners here. Oh my goodness, it's just endless bumps here between our top two.
He's still there though.
Wow.
Oh, he's been able to hold it.
Look at this.
On the previous lap, he's able to hold it around the outside through the two left-handers and gets his nose up the inside for the right-hander at turn 7. He's now got the inside for Jochen Rindt in turn 8, but here comes Philso with a crisscross surely for turn 9. Oh, he's there. Oh, he's going to have to respect it. Oh, big wheel spin, trying to keep it within track limits. Here comes Richard Hampstead looking for the inside. Philso blocks to the wall, so he can do that, but now he's going to stay the inside, and we've got 3 wide to 1. Hampstead again, backing out from the middle, opting to prefer the opts for the run off turn 1. Warren bump wide. These guys are now very much fully committed to attack and defense. It's still good touring car racing. A bit of hip and shoulder, a bit of rub and bump. Doesn't hurt these cars too much, and this time it's Hampstead to the front. Warren opts to fall back and sit behind here for a little bit. So Anderson promoted to 3rd place. Gilliam's actually been passed by Anderson in all of this in the meanwhile. So, as I said, the shuffling is now in full effect. Meanwhile, in the pack behind, Rip Kuznetsov's gotten through. Oh dear, Madison Downer's dropped all the way back to 10th place from 6th while this has all been happening, Reese. We can barely keep our we've got to keep our eyes on this at the very front of the field, but at the same time, it's happening in the pack behind. You just don't know where to look. Meanwhile, Cameron Jones has not been issued a penalty by race control, but he's exceeded the incident limit or not failed to clear a slowdown. So the 019 Century Motorsports car is currently back in 24th, but here's a charge to the field is going to come to a pretty sudden halt here as we stay with our top 5. And Gilliam looking to get past Josh Anderson, but Anderson saying no and holds the inside. He's allowing the top 2 to break away momentarily, and Ethan Warren having yielded for a moment here to settle the car back down perhaps and allow Hampstead to go at now Jared Philsell as he comes across the start-finish line. It's busy here, and this is just the top 5, let alone the rest of the field, which, as we've just said, a lot of shuffling happening in that 6th through 12th battle pack. And as we jump back to it now, Reese, looking at Job Stewart, who seems to have been one of the constants in roughly 8th place this entire time.
Yeah, it's been a consistent drive there from Job Stewart. Madison down, I went back and checked. It was just a case of him being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was getting shuffled out quite a bit as there goes Gilliam around the outside of Anderson to try and take 3rd, but it's not going to happen. There goes Ethan Warren up the inside of Gilliam now. They're allowing Richard Hampstead and Jared Philsell to drive away from them at this stage. Gilliam's stuck on the outside for this hairpin and just about coming together at the apex of the corner. The Trans-Tasman duo will make their way past the pursuit. No, they won't. Oh my goodness, Ethan Warren spun out at the exit of turn 4. That's our race 1 pole sitter with heavy damage there to the rear. He has lost his boot lid, and I'm wondering if there's going to be race control looking at Andrew Gilliam for that one.
Yeah, that's going to need another look from us, I think, thanks to Virtual Racing School on the replay now. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So you see Gilliam on the outside, Ethan Warren. Yeah, Warren may be moving more over so than Gilliam, but Gilliam is entitled to roughly hold his line. And, oh dear, Ethan Warren's picked up a black flag automatically. I'm going to presume that's for possibly pushing the incident limit too hard, because it's currently, it's a 20x incident limit for top split here now.
30.
Well, it should be 30.
Should
but
be?
Well,
it's still 20.
I believe you're right in saying it should be 30, but in the server, it is set at 20, and yeah, Ethan Warren straight down the lane without stopping, so that will be the incident limit penalty. So clearly the race leader in the number 59 has been willing to push the track limits, probably more so because of the fighting there once Philsell got to the rear bumper, but 1.4x, and that's all it took in the end as he comes out behind the 0.94 of Corey McFarlane. So that's back to 20th place for our pole sitter. He should have the pace here to get back past a couple of these guys, you would think, but might take him a little bit still. But already looking up the inside of the 0.94, and I don't think that McFarlane will offer too much resistance given that, oh no, Warren tucks back in that spot. So we look now to that paddle pack, which is now led by Rick Kuznetsov, well, still led by Rick Kuznetsov, pardon me, but now Ethan Grigolt's in it, Job Stewart, Brady Myers, Madison Down, and here is Wayne Burke. Now up into 12th place, and Kobe Jones behind him 13th. Kobe Jones, one of our biggest movers, but that honour goes to Ryan O'Sullivan back in 15th place. He's up 16 spots from where he started. So the number 74 Commodore for Evolution Racing Team. It's a little bit off the pack at the moment. Would probably be hoping to try and get back on the train here. 1.5 seconds to Kurt Stenberg ahead. And just needs to try and improve the pace here. Missing a little bit at this stage.
Just a little bit. Well, this battle has not slowed down at all. Job Stewart has a little bit of breathing room for once from behind, as it looks like almost a move being lined up there. Madison Down has overshot turn 3. Oh dear, big mistake there for the reigning champion. Manages to re-enter the circuit ahead of Kurt Stenberg, but it looks to me like either he missed his braking point or there was a very slight lock-up for him. Goodness, there was no way he was going to get that slowed down in time. Goodness me. Just avoiding cleaning up one of his teammates.
Oh, it's not a sight you'd like to see, but thankfully they're able to trust in the car enough to turn it just that little bit before he slams on the anchors to pass by. And yeah, not the end phase of the race I think he'd be wanting, and certainly not what we would expect from Madison, but I guess it happens sometimes. And well, it's been a bit of a pressure cooker environment in that train of cars. You can see there Jordan Ross just has a half look at Jake Maloney there, but nothing of it into Jochen Rindt this time by. But with 4 to go when they come across the line now, there's not that many opportunities left, so time to start sizing up the guy ahead if you really want to go for it, because yeah, with qualifying for race 2 to be independent, meaning that race 2 is completely independent here of race 1, Reese, indeed, you can probably afford, if you think you've got the pace to make a move here and not be too worried. Obviously, if you're thinking about the championship and long term, obviously that does matter, absolutely. But with drop rounds in this series, which will take away the 2 lowest scoring results from your points tally at the end of the season, you can afford to maybe have slightly suboptimal, but at the same time you don't want to burn them too early as well. So very much a balancing game. Are you playing the short-term odds? Are you playing the long-term odds? And we have to wait and see as to who's doing what as we continue to have a look through the field here. One of the Synergy Sim Racing cars, the 55 of Luke Rosella, is currently a little bit all by his lonesome here in 17th place. I did see he was on the radio earlier, but haven't had a chance to go see what that might have been about, Reese. But I think at the time being now, he's just minding his own business as we look back up to... Well, hello there. Ethan Grigolt has made his way past Rick Kuznetsov for 5th place. So there we go. More movement in this pack.
Indeed. Rick Kuznetsov having to yield to Ethan Grigolt at some point around this lap. And he's still going to keep Ethan honest. Remember, Ethan was P2 in the championship some years back. So he's certainly got what it takes to really race for wins here in V8SCOPS. Hasn't quite come together for him yet. But Kuznetsov, I have to give kudos to him for holding on, as that looks like Andrew Gilliam in the pits. I just saw him there in the blue pursuit machine. What's going on there? He's stopped in the box and is taking tyres. Something went very wrong for Andrew Gilliam just before. He'd fallen off that front pack. What on earth has gone on? Is that a penalty, a stop and hold?
Well, maybe. All we see in the iRacing, actually, hang on, let's have a look here at the decision. A drive-through penalty was issued for the contact with Ethan Warren. So that's having that. But has he overshot pit entry, perhaps? We jump. Oh, yeah. That's a massive burn there. Yeah, that's... Oh, yeah, from bad to worse. And, well, I'll be curious to see here. He's got a black flag to his name, so I wonder we saw this happen in the support series on Friday Night Race, if you remember correctly, back to the flat sixes, a driver who got given a black flag by race control and then an iRacing black flag. Gilliam has to come in and serve the greater of the two penalties, which is the stop and hold, but he's still stuck in the box. He finally gets going, and his black flags have cleared. So yeah, it's actually, thankfully for him there, it's bundled it up into one super penalty, but he is now way down, 29th place and only just on the lead lap as he heads back out of the track. So an absolute shock over combo there for the 201.
And it looks like Brady Myers coming into the lane as well. I think he's fallen afoul of the incident limit himself. So that's another driver out of that battle for 7th place. Goodness me, there's a lot of drivers getting slapped here by exceeding the incident limit. Myers is going to fall outside the top 20.
Oh, and I think he's got it from side-by-side contact with his teammate Maloney, who was fending off Wayne Burke. And then for good measure, he's been thrown so wide at the penultimate corner, Jochen Rindt, he's had to cut the pit entry and gotten an unsafe entry there for good measure. Wayne Burke's also received a black flag, which I believe is from iRacing, so incident limit for the 89 car as well. Oh, it's going off here at the end of this race. Drivers picking up incidents right at the dying moment. So again, just the cutthroat nature of this series, unable to take a breather in terms of getting and looking after your X points. But with the start of this race being what it was, I suspect that will have to play quite a bit for quite a few of those drivers here.
Well, coming around to start the final lap are our leaders, Jared Filsell and Richard Hamstead, but the racing still goes on here. It's Jordan Ross on Jake Maloney at Jochen Rindt. Oh, a bit of contact in the middle of the corner, and Maloney's going to lead the way into there. That is the battle for 8th place, and they've got that huge train of cars behind them, so they've got to try and negotiate each other well and not lose too much time. Otherwise, the number 25 here of Kobe Jones is going to be right on them. Let's see what they can do out of turn 1 here on the final lap. And moving briefly back up to the front, Richard Hamstead had a little bit of a go at Jared Filsell in the turn 3 hairpin, but it hasn't worked out. He has lost a bit more time to our race leader. The gap is at 5/10 for the race lead. There they are, with Joshua Anderson trailing behind them. So we'll stick with these guys for the time being. What a drive it has been from Jared Filsell, working his way up through the top 3, top 6 even, and working fantastically into the lead of the race. Maybe a little bit of hip and shoulder here and there, but it seemed like it was all fair game. And Richard Hamstead trying his best to gain any kind of pace over Jared Filsell, a 3-time champion of this series, is the driver of the number 94. And with the form that he's shown in this race, potentially he could be on for a 4th. Jared Filsell rounds the final corner and is going to take 2 from 2 top split wins in 2022. V8 SCOPS, presented by Virtual Racing School, winning by just under 4/10 from Richard Hamstead. And there's Joshua Anderson to complete the top 3. Rick Kuznetsov still pressuring Ethan Griggolt to the line, but Griggolt is going to get that. A great run through the field for Ethan. 16 positions gained, as goodness me, that is messy across the start-finish line. Who finished out of those guys? It was Jones, Maloney, Stenberg, Ross, Down, and O'Sullivan. To do that, we got a car off. That's Corey McFarlane, who's gone all kinds of sideways and around at the final corner. I'm thinking that might have been contact with some of the other cars. He's gotten a slowdown for good measure, it seems.
He's had Glenn Postlethwaite on the outside of him, and they've lent on each other incredibly hard through the penultimate corner. And then, yeah, McFarlane really wise to jump on the Virtual Racing School replay to have a look at it there. So side by side into Jochen Rindt. And you can see a big wobble from the 094 there, so already under pressure. Was able to cover the inside line just in time before Jochen Rindt, but then up into that penultimate corner, and Postlethwaite very much there. They lean on each other, running both too wide, and as a result, Postlethwaite goes back to get back on track. McFarlane tries to hang it out high and gets absolutely turned as a result. So might be looked at after this one here from race control, but at the same time, both drivers very much, I believe, both drivers past the track limits there. So, bit of a 50-50 call in my opinion at this stage, given that they both were pushing it. Meanwhile, let's have a look at that final lap for the battle pack, which we just saw cross the line. So, what unfolded here is into Jochenrin. Take us through it.
Well, it looks like Jordan Ross on the inside of Richard Hamstead and, Jake Maloney, and trying his best to get it done through the final corner. They run side by side, big contact there. That's a couple of 4Xs, and you know what that's done for Jordan Ross? It's given him a penalty from iRacing, exceeding the incident limit on the final lap, and he's been demoted all the way down to 22nd. We've also got Cameron Jones down there. We got Jake Maloney down there as well. They all exceeded the incident limit in those final couple of corners. Let's go through the unofficial race results then to see how it all stacked up here in round 2 of Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. Jared Filsell winning by 4/10 from Richard Hamstead. Josh Anderson another 2 and a bit seconds behind. It was a big gap back to Ethan Griggolt, who ended up taking that position from Rick Kuznetsov in the final laps. Job Stewart, a good run there, up 5 places to finish in 6th. It's up 19 for Kobe Jones, who is classified 7th ahead of Stenberg, Down and O'Sullivan to round out the top 10. Again, there were drivers given post-race time penalties for exceeding the incident limit, and they are all around here.
Indeed. Andrew Dyson, a bit of a quiet race for him, but up 4. Well, he came across the line in 14th place. He's been moved up to 11th as a result of those shuffle penalties. So he is one of the big winners. Luke Rosella able to actually improve from his starting position in the end. So 12th place for him. Richie Stanaway 13th in the end of it all. Ethan Warren, bit of a rough race for him in the end, but 14th is his finishing result. Glenn Postlethwaite 15th across the line, but under review that final corner or final corners incident with the 094, so may be a penalty coming either one of their ways. We'll have to wait and see. Hayden Harrison 16th in the end, Luke Mitchison 17th, and then the 094 Corey McFarlane in 18th. Lee Ellis, another driver, entangled early on. 19th is his result in the end of it all, and Wayne Burke rounds out the top 20 at this stage.
21st, Cameron Jones. Jordan Ross among the drivers demoted for exceeding the incident limit. Benjamin Smith, Jake Maloney and Jake Burton ran out the top 25. Burton given a drive-through penalty for the contact, lap 1, turn 1. Corey Preston comes home in 26th. It's a stable run to the finish for the debutant, Paul Young, who finishes ahead of Andrew Gilliam, who was fighting for the win early on, but ended up getting given a drive-through penalty by race control. Brady Myers a lap down, Rainer Costello a lap down as well, just outside the top 30.
And then, yeah, back to 31st. Adam Briggs, definitely a rough race for him, down 3 spots. And, yeah, 9 laps off as a result. And then into more of our retirements, Brenton Hobson, 13 laps short of the finish. Dylan Rudd, 16 laps shy. Dylan O'Shea, and then more blown motors there, 18 laps behind him. And then Hayden Sell, 22 laps. Zach Ski, 25 laps. And then our very, very early retirees in Brian Borg, Marcello Rivera, and Todd Hayne. You can see there, our safety car, unfortunately, getting ahead of one of our drivers who didn't make it very far at all tonight. And then over the page, Chris Ireland and Brody Kostecki, unfortunately, with Ireland completing just over 1 lap and Brody Kostecki, unfortunately, making it about 200 meters here in this first race, plus 28 laps for him. And that will round out the results from race 1. Well, a bit of controversy there at the very end. So some of those results there will be, I think, very much to be confirmed and in flux. But what we'll do, folks, here is we'll be taking a quick break before we return for race number 2 in Top Split, qualifying to return once again. So stick with us here if you can, folks, and we'll be back in just a moment for the second race around the Red Bull Ring for Top Split of the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS 2022.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's going in the outside. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my God.
honest, these guys I want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no, that's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my god. God, what?
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
Season 2, GT3 class receives a substantial aerodynamic overhaul based on newly acquired data. This new model prominently displays many real-world characteristics such as stall of both the splitter and diffuser at very low ride heights, stall of the rear diffuser at very high ride heights, a much greater emphasis on roll and pitch sensitivity in terms of performance, more realistic use of chassis rate and wing angles to determine total downforce level, and finally, more accurate total downforce and drag numbers. In association with this, various cards throughout the class have received updates to their available spring and anti-roll bar packages. This is to provide more appropriate options for controlling the aerodynamic platform. As such, you will find that softer spring rates have been removed in some cars, while additional stiffer spring rates have been added in their place. Along with this aerodynamic update, the class also sees a further update to the tyre specification. To retain close parity with real-world lap times, overall tyre grip has reduced slightly, and tyre life is also seeing a revision. While wear lives will typically still be acceptable for double stinting, overall tyre performance will now degrade more appropriately with temperature effects, thus resulting in reduced tyre performance in the second stint. So what does this mean in driving? Well, the first thing that you will notice is greatly improved high-speed cornering and braking capabilities, with deceleration from high speed being particularly improved. This allows you to really stand on the brake pedal aggressively and make use of the increased downforce before bleeding off pressure as you approach turning. Medium speed cornering is going to feel somewhat similar to what you've been used to, while low speed cornering will require a more careful application of the throttle and greater emphasis on rotating the car early in the corner. Overall limit feel in these situations will feel improved despite these relatively slower speeds. When first exploring the cars after the update, I would suggest using the iRacing Sprint setup and selecting a track with lots of sweeping corners and elevation changes. It might sound daunting, but tracks such as the Nürburgring Nordschleife and Mount Panorama are where this update really shines, and you'll be able to get a good feel and understanding of the updated aerodynamics and tyre.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's going the outside. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God. Big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Six very close. These guys, I want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no, that's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
You're watching the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. We're 2 races down and 1 to go here on SimSpeed TV. I'm Reese Gardner, Dan Yeaman alongside me, and Scott Fountain on production as per usual. Now, Dan, that was quite the dramatic race we saw. Plenty of great battling up at the front of the field, but plenty of drivers falling afoul of the reduced incident limit. One source said it was going to be set to 30, but turned out it was set at 20 in the race servers, and that is the case for race 2 coming up now. A couple of drivers have expressed a bit of displeasure at that, thinking that they were, being able to race a little bit harder and take a few more incidents, but ending up getting clobbered right at the end of the race.
They did, yeah, and obviously, if things change, and it would appear that they have changed sometime prior to the initial publication of the information before the races tonight, that isn't great by any means. Like, you ideally want it to be that things stay consistent, and if any changes do occur, everyone is notified as widely available as possible. And so yeah, it did also definitely didn't help as well that we also saw drivers entangled in lap 1 contact and incidents, very massive multi-car wreck that we saw at turn 1 will not have helped by any stretch of the imagination. So with the 20x incident limit in effect once again for race 2, drivers will be more aware that they need to try and keep a couple more incident points in reserve here, Reese, and that it could make all the difference here. And also, if that something does go terribly wrong and they take to the pit lane, they need to make sure a couple of those drivers who did take penalties down the lane, that they enter the pit lane safely, because it did look like a couple of drivers made unsafe entries and only made the penalties that they inflicted upon themselves even worse than they needed to be.
Yeah, gonna have to look out for that. Well, let's take a look at the track one more time before we get into the final minutes of the practice session. The Red Bull Ring, very short, very fast, and a bit of an oddity when it comes to Formula One tracks now. Opened in the late 1960s, was redesigned by Hermann Tilke in the mid-1990s for the return of the Austrian Grand Prix in 1997. And the track has stayed the same layout ever since. And I tell you what, The racing that we've seen tonight, I said it before, seems that just about every corner you can attack here at this place, but as drivers have highlighted, it is hard to get a pass done unless the driver in front of you makes a mistake. Fortunately, there's plenty of opportunities to do that for them, because a lot of these corners depend on traction out.
That they do indeed, and with a lot of these corners, in particular, turn 1, the Niki Lauda curve, is a potential spot, but it is more likely to be a setup for turn 3, given we've seen a lot of drivers, I feel, attempt to move at turn 1, and they get it done, certainly, but then they're vulnerable heading up to turn 3. There is also the sausage curb on the outside of turn 1 that can make things tricky, and yes, so that does make things, that's a little bit dicey there, but yeah, the turn 3 hairpin at Remus, we're seeing a lot of drivers that are able to, if they can hold it round the outside and straighten the cars up early, that certainly is in their favour. And so long as they're not pushed out too wide, it's a bit of a game there between the overtaking driver and the defending driver there as to who gets the better run on the corner exit there, as to whether they're going to be able to stay side by side. Then to turn 4, the Schlossgold hairpin again, downhill braking zone into that corner. So can be, it is easy to lock up the brakes if you're a bit aggressive in there, but we're seeing still plenty of good overtaking happening there nevertheless. And again, another place where you can run too wide. And by running too wide, that sets up that turn 5. Now, it says here Rail Corner on the track map, but we're also amused by the fact that it does have an alternate name by the iRacing track map, which we think is a bit more interesting. It actually goes by the name Power Horse, which I guess fits the giant bull there in the background, a shot from that previous scenic shot, but also doesn't, Reese? I don't know. I guess it depends on your interpretation of a horse or a bull in this case.
It is a 4-legged hoofed mammal, and that is enough for me. Either way, the drivers are in the final 10 minutes of the second practice session now, and it's going to be the same deal as race 1, a 20-minute open qualifying with a 29-lap race to finish things off here. And we got a lot of drivers who will be looking to do much better in this race session. Of course, it starts off with qualifying, but chief among them, I think, would be Brody Kostecki. He ended up bogging down off the start in race 1 and got completely wiped out by cars trying to avoid him on the front stretch, so he didn't even make it to turn 1 despite qualifying on the front row. So with P1 in the practice session at the moment on a 1 minute 28.922, certainly looking like he's wasting no time getting himself up to the front. We should highlight as well that it's later in the day now in race 2. That means a slightly cooler track temperature and faster lap times.
Indeed it is. Now, we're not sure for certain if Kostecki's time of 128.9 is valid, because of course in practice you can get away with a 1x off track, several 1x off tracks for good measure around the course, and the lap will still go down on the practice charts as counting. So all that means is that there wasn't a slowdown on this lap that Kostecki did. So he may have to rein it back in for qualifying, but yes, he's already into the 1 minute 28s. And just to remind you, our pole time from race 1, which was in the hands of Ethan Warren there, a 129.690. So we could see at least half a second, if not more perhaps, in these cooler conditions. So we'll definitely up the tempo, I think, in that case for race 2 for sure, but also means that I think qualifying is going to be even more chaotic, given that with these kind of times coming out of the front runners here and now, and the fact that, again, a second is currently covering about 24, 25 cars currently. It does mean that we're going to have ourselves a game of chess on the outlaps here once again. And so I would expect to fully see massive qualifying packs at the start. And the question is, the game is really going to be, make sure you stay in the cycle with everyone else, because you don't want to be off cycle and therefore having to worry about cars on outlaps or inlaps when you're on a flying lap once again here, Reese.
Yep. Hopefully the drivers have taken through a few lessons from that first qualifying session, because it resulted in quite a few of our competitors not being able to get laps in that they were happy with. The times are continuing to flow in here in the practice session. I just saw Ethan Warren and Brian Borg there elevate themselves to 3rd and 4th. Brian Borg looking quite quick in these cooler conditions, so Premier Racing Team will be hoping that he'll be able to get himself up there and join his teammate Rick Kuznetsov, who managed to hold off the likes of Madison Down in race 1. Richard Hampstead going to P11 meanwhile. And of course, this is only practice, so the times aren't an exact clue as to how the drivers are going to be ordered in the qualifying session. Regardless, still good to see that there are drivers working very well in these cooler conditions, and it's looking like there's going to be fading light here in the second race. It's just coming up to 7:15 in the evening in sim time.
Yep, it will be curious to see here as to when we hit sunset at the Red Bull Ring for this second session. Actually, I can tell you that in-sim sunset will be at 8:30 p.m. in-game. It is currently 7:15 p.m. in-game, Reece. So we don't have a whole lot of time when you've got 5 more minutes, well, just under 5 minutes of practice remaining. We've got 20 minutes to qualifying. That means that we're looking at we've got an hour and 15 in sim, basically, to get this done before we hit the sunset proper. Now, given the pace of that first race, I should expect that we get this over and done with without too much fuss. 29 laps, averaging 1:35. Unfortunately, I don't have the elapsed time in front of me on that one there. But what it does mean is, if we have a couple of safety cars like we did, well, we had one safety car in race 1, pardon me, but if we do have a couple here in race 2, that could push us a little closer than perhaps is comfortable. And so we might see the headlights. Actually, I say the headlights. These cars virtually, they have headlight flashes, which means that means they'll have headlights and turn on. I'm having a real good day, apparently, when it comes to thinking about the simple things.
And I should highlight as well that headlights automatically turn on in the sim when the track gets dark enough. So if we do end up running past sunset, at pretty much the exact second that happens, you'll see everyone's headlights turn on.
It will. It'll look impressive on the screen, although it's a bit unfortunate we don't have manual control of that in iRacing. As whilst I understand it's one of those just things that, well, okay, fair enough. Just they go on when it gets to a certain light threshold. They come back off in the morning when the threshold the other way around in terms of light on circuit is passed. But it would be impressive to see drivers have the option to turn them on manually, and rather than flash the headlights, but as we can do here on iRacing, which is generally used to indicate wanting to pass people and such. I think it would be good in terms of being able to allow drivers to flick the headlights on and have them stay on. So it's a way they can actually, as you see in the real world, attempt to try and apply pressure through a little bit of mind games to cars ahead of them. But alas, it's something I'll have to keep dreaming about for the time being.
There goes Joshua Anderson to the top of the practice session into the 28.7, so I think that's a real clue as to how quick the drivers up the front are going to be. That is, if they're able to get fast laps in amidst everyone else trying to trundle around on their outlaps. This is going to be an interesting qualifying session and another interesting race. We'll have to wait and see what the likes of Andrew Gilliam can do. Remember, he was fighting for positions in the top 5, but ended up getting a penalty for contact with our pole sitter, Ethan Warren, and the penalty was compounded with an unsafe pit entry to boot. So, Andrew Gilliam, Brody Kostecki, 2 of many drivers here looking for redemption.
Yeah, it definitely should be more drivers that look to make their way to the front of the field in this one, or at least stay more towards the front of the field. I think is probably the more appropriate way to describe it, Reece. So yeah, definitely missing a couple of guys at the end of it all, which will shake things up a bit. So I'll be very curious to see how things change here in this second race. But obviously, everyone will have to get through turn 1 and not get entangled in another one of those mega wrecks. And I think that's just going to have to come down to a little bit more lap on patience and not trying to make moves straight off the get-go from some drivers. We did see a fair bit of 3 wide into turn 1 straight away, and I think given turn 1, it's deceptive in that you have this very nice wide front straight, but the ideal line through turn 1 really is at best a 2 wide corner, and therefore is going to cause some challenges if drivers commit to the 3 wide into that corner. So I'm hoping for our sakes as we watch along here that we see a little bit more restraint in the opening lap or 2, allow everyone to calm down and settle into position, and then the shackles can be released when the racing race gets underway later on here in a sec as we approach 30 seconds of qualifying. A reminder from race control right now on the server actually to keep it a little bit more clean and fix things up as we just await those final seconds of practice to run out here.
Yeah, only 10 seconds remaining. Everyone, pretty much everyone in the pits. So the time will tick down and into qualifying we go. Now, who's going to lead the charge here in this second qualifying session of the night for V8SCOPS Split 1? There we go. Everyone briefly disappearing off the track as the session ticks over. The no escape rule is in effect. Who is going to be first here? Coming out onto the circuit. Looks to me like Corey Preston. Once again, he's managed to get out far ahead of everyone else. Second in line is Kobe Jones, and then a huge line of cars headed up by the synergy pair of Glenn Postlethwaite and Luke Rosella. We've got Christopher Ireland with them as well. Rudd, Sell, Rivera, Dyson, O'Shea, Greg Galt. Phil Sell has come out in the middle of this pack. Now, if you're Jared Philsell or Brody Kostecki, any of the drivers who are usually competing up the top of the field, if you've come out of the pits in the midst of everyone here just slowing down and trying their best to keep the tyres cool and get themselves up to speed for the hot lap, what do? Do you try and work your way through these guys, or do you sit back and give yourself a bit of space ahead? It seems that's what Philsell's doing.
Yep, indeed. I think realistically, you want to try and set a decent lap one straight off the bat, which means giving yourself some space if need be, even though that may be to the detriment of those behind you here. And, well, yeah, Corey Preston, for example, he's checked out up front. He could afford to back off if he wanted, and probably he might even want to consider really backing off here because the last car is only halfway between turns 3 and 4 right now, Reese, but Preston has exited turn 7, is heading up to the penultimate corner. So that kind of track is, especially as if guys check up here in the majority of the pack, and Preston commits to it here from turn 8 onwards now, which it looks like he is. There's a half a risk that maybe, just maybe, he catches the rear of the train if anyone checks up. But it looks like now everyone maintaining rolling speed here through the last couple of corners, so he should be all good here, and he will be the first one to start a lap and will be the first one to finish a lap at this stage. Into turn 1 comes Preston, using all of the track width, a little conservative on exit, but definitely needs to be to make sure get a banker in the books at least.
Third gear through turn 1 for everyone, Kobe Jones amongst them. This long run down the straight towards turns 2 and 3, quite difficult to hitch up. When you get to the braking zone, you are braking uphill, but it's very easy to overshoot this hairpin. Looks like drivers have managed to get through it cleanly, inside and then outside. But if you're in a battle, as we've seen, the outside line is the place to be because the track is a little bit flatter as it goes up the hill. Down to turn 4 then. Got to brake a little bit earlier than you think for this hairpin, though it is a little faster. That's thanks to the downhill approach. And a very simple track from the air, but certainly once you're out there on the circuit, it becomes quite difficult, particularly here through turn 6. It's slightly off camber on the entry and going downhill. Got to be careful to get it to the inside, but also not pick up an off track by going over the curb there between the left-handers. Same here on the exit of turn 7 and into turn 8. If you go a bit too far into that green runoff area, you will get an off track. And we're getting Preston coming up to the line now, so we'll get our first real qualifying time, unless he's gotten an off track from that. Big oversteer moment for Corey Preston. Sets a 1 minute 29.9, and it looks like that has counted, but he will have a little bit to improve on as the times will start to come rolling in here. Postlethwaite, Rosella and Jones to P1, 2 and 3. Dylan O'Shea then goes to P1 on a 29.2, but Jared Philsell into the 28s, and by some margin, 1 minute 28.69 for the winner of the first 2 races this season.
Stop the clock right there for a second is what Philsell would like to say, but we carry on, and Jake Burton joins him in the 128 range, followed by Ethan Warren and Andrew Gilliam. So here they come now, thick and fast in the 128 range now, and not much in it really. It's 0.04 of a second between Philsell on provisional pole and Jake Burton in second, and then it's by 100th back to Ethan Warren for 3rd place, and then a mere 1,000th of a second back to Andrew Gilliam for 4th. So our top 4, half a tenth. That's all it is. So it's incredibly tight there. Gap opens up a little bit back to Job Stewart in 5th, and then it is really tight from there on back again as the cars are within half a tenth here and there. So once again, opening laps here in the Scops field, still delivering in terms of tightness and pace, but that will close up as the session goes on. We're not even 5 minutes in, and that means there's 15 to go here.
Oh boy, I always watch in shock and awe at Scops qualifying sessions. The fact that these guys are able to drive these cars so hard. They're considered just about the most difficult cars to drive on the iRacing service. And oh dear, that might be an unsafe pit entry there for Corey Preston. Crossing over the white line there on entry. You have to commit before it splits off from the racetrack. They all come in to get themselves refreshed as we have other drivers completing laps out there. See what other times come in. Brady Myers crosses the line and goes to P7 on a 29.043. And that's a pretty good performance there from the number 22, consistent with where he was in race 1. But for the time being, we have 28 of our drivers having set times so far. Leading of the drivers that haven't set laps so far, Brody Kostecki, who it looks like is about to come across the line here to begin his first real attempt at a hot lap, but he's going to have some traffic to deal with, it seems.
Yeah, more cars coming out of the lane as we jump on board. The bonnet there. And one of our Boost Mobile cars looking to get the draft as they head on past. Now, apologies there, I haven't quite figured out who that is. I believe that's Brody Kostecki, that'll be, because Jared Philsell's just up ahead there on the inside of the track at turn 3. So there's my answer for me. So Kostecki yet to set a lap time here. So looking to try and get one on the board here as everyone else already has. So looks like I think he's on for a decent start here, but first sector is not a personal best, it would seem. So that hasn't quite gone to plan so far, I think. But we'll wait to see what sector 2 looks like and see if he can get something looking a bit positive here through this middle part of the track. Looking to try and be around the 39 to 40 second mark and a 38.8 for the middle sector. So that's a very quick middle section, but no purples just yet apparently, although looks quick on my timing chart, so maybe my timing not helping me out there. Nevertheless, down into Jochen Rindt here, penultimate corner of the track, all looking fairly neat and tidy from the 99, and also track ahead, not too busy, so should be able to focus on the final corner here, and he does. So across the line comes the 99 and Brody Kostecki, looking to beat a 128.69. Not quite going to be able to do that, but P5 provisionally is a good starting place, I would think, and a tenth and a half away from pole position isn't too shabby either, race for that 99 car.
Certainly not, and now we're starting to see the mess emerge. We've got drivers on hot laps trying to make their way through drivers on out laps, and the likes of Brody Kostecki on in laps as well, so it's very confusing out there on the track at the moment. Even Greg Gold exiting the hairpin just up ahead of that pack. I was taking a look at before. He has to move over because Brian Borg and a couple of other drivers making their way to the inside of the track, trying to slow down and get out of the way. This is Greg Galt's first real chance to get into the 128s. Hopefully he hasn't been too distracted by those slower cars making their way around the circuit. Nice smooth lines through turn 6 and hopefully into turn 7 as well. Just picks up the curb, helps the car to rotate, straighten out the exit through turn 8 and use all of the curb on the exit there. Down to Jochen Rindt then, or up to Jochen Rindt I should say, just cresting the hill and going through this very fast corner, which you can take a lot of the runoff on the exit to without getting an off track. Looks like a nice clean end to the lap for the 177. Let's see what the time ends up being for Ethan Griggold. Does he get into the 28s? No, he doesn't, but it is an improvement. He goes up to 8th place.
29.020 will hopefully be an improvement. Well, is an improvement there for him, I should say, but hopefully not too disappointed with that one there. But now knocking on the door of the 128 markers, teammate Ryan O'Sullivan is directly ahead of him on the timing charts. O'Sullivan just coming across the line now, and I believe that's to start a lap. Yes, so I'll be curious to see there whether O'Sullivan can improve here. But yeah, Grigol probably has a little bit more left in him here. And 10 minutes on the clock, so plenty of opportunity, at least 2 more runs available here in qualifying. So we'll be curious to see who can make a change up the very top of the timing charts. A fair few drivers still to get a time on the board. In fact, quite a substantial number as well. I'll just read through them to you right now. Number 41 of Andrew Dyson for simracing.com DPR, the 623 of Christopher Ireland, the 927 of Andrew Ritchie, the 29 of Jake Maloney for Trans Tasman, the 094 of Corey McFarlane for Senate Sim Sports, the 990 of Dylan Rudd for 95 Sim Sports, and the 04 of Luke Mitchinson for Race on Oz. As we have a look here at the 143, Jordan Ross, Synergy Sim Racing. He's currently done a personal best through Sector 2, looking to improve on a 129.13. He almost improved on it last time round, but 600ths shy, not quite going to cut it. Opts to abandon the run here and bring it back to the pits. So we will not see an improvement from the 143 just yet. And followed in by teammate Glenn Postlethwaite. So I presume we will see these guys out on track in a second together once again. And work together as best they can to improve both of their times in the moment here.
Just as you were saying that, Andrew Dyson has elevated himself to P18, finally getting a time on the board, 1 minute 29.16, just past the halfway point of the session. And there's already a couple of race control decisions happening. There were some race control decisions to be made after the first round of qualifying, but apparently there was an incident between Job Stewart and Lee Ellis in this qualifying session. Job has been slapped with a 20-point penalty, so he's got that hanging over his head, missing out on a few championship points thanks to whatever may have happened between himself and Lee, but he's one of many drivers here who are starting another run. These drivers are the ones competing at the top of the field. He's in a practical ocean of Trans-Tasman machines at the moment as drivers make their way out. There's Jake Burton in the number 8 on the left-hand side, trying to stay out of the way of everyone, taking out a couple of cones for good measure.
Yeah, well, if you want to be somewhere in qualifying, it looks like being with the Trans-Tasman group is probably one of the better options. I mean, they've had Ethan Warren up there. At the moment, Ethan is a little bit isolated in terms of his qualifying pace relative to his teammates, but we've seen Brady Myers put in a good qualifying run for the first race. Just a little bit quiet from him come the race itself. Speaking of which, let's jump on board the 22 TTR machine. Looking to improve on a 129.043. Second of our cars looking in towards the 128 group. Still P9 at the moment, so he'll be hoping to get a slight improvement here. Let's have a look at his numbers in this sector. Seeing personal best sector 2 on this lap. So looks to be setting up right. First sector, 21.2 seconds there. So I'm not sure. Might be close to his PB, but not quite there. Oh, hello. Car's pulling off in front of him there. That was close, but keeps his foot in it through the final corner. Now the question is, how much has that affected him? Comes across the line. Doesn't it hurt him too much? He goes in to the 128, so 128.778. And he's joined by Richard Hampstead in the 128.7s. And our pole sit-up has just improved his time from a 28.6 to a 28.5. So Jared Filsell putting himself out there now, a 10th and a half clear of the rest of the field race. So really putting the foot in it at this stage of qualifying.
That's the Jared Filsell I remember. From when he last raced full-time in this series, he was an absolute monster over one lap. It was very rare that that drivers would be able to beat him. So the pressure's on for the likes of Jake Burton, Richard Hampstead, Ethan Warren, Andrew Gilliam. I mean, we've got Jared Filsell in the 28.5s, but Burton, Hampstead, Warren, Gilliam and Myers all in the 28.7s. So if there's even slight incremental improvements for any of those drivers, they should be able to make up places. Jared Filsell's just making his way to the end of the lap now. I would presume that this is an in-lap and he'll go for pit lane. He does indeed. And fortunately, there's enough space to the drivers behind that he doesn't compromise them. Joined in there by Richie Stanaway, who's, wow, yeah, that was a little bit crossed up there for this car here of Hayden Sell, who comes across the line to start a hot lap, it seems. He's currently on a 1 minute 30.16, and he'll have to do a little bit of extra work there to the tune of about 1.2 seconds if he wants to try and gain positions. Richie Stanaway, by the way, he's put in a time, 29.5, and put himself up to 31st.
Yes, I do see that now as well. And Stanaway heading back out of the pits now. So this might be his final run, but at 5.5 minutes to go, he should be able to slip back in just in time. Actually, no, scratch that, my apologies. It's going to take at least 1 minute 30 on the out lap and the in lap, plus another 28, 29 or so. And that will be about 4.5 minutes. So no, this will be Stanaway's final run. So we're now in that phase of the session for most of the drivers out here on track. They can set up and get ready for one final run here because there's no time to get back in and get back out at this stage. So here comes the that big group of cars. We focus in on Madison down. Madison at the moment is a little bit further down than I would think. Half a second off is all it is, but that equals P16 in this field, 129.144. So he'll be looking to improve. Oh, little spin in the background for one of his teammates at turn 3, as unfortunately tripped up quite a few in that battle pack. So Kurt Stenberg, the car that went around, and it's clipped Brian Borg and Jordan Ross, along with, I believe, Glenn Postlethwaite and Dylan Rudd. So, oh, and then drivers have opted to park on the grass at turn 4.
Oh, dear.
Oh, wow. Actually, no, that's a lot worse than I thought. Oh, wow. It's
all the Trans-Tasman cars were involved in that. What on earth went on for that team? We'll get a replay for that one just to suss out what on earth happened. There goes Lee Ellis taking the tarmac at the very edge of the runoff area. Just expedite his process of getting back onto the circuit, doing a Valtteri Bottas, it seems, as we catch the replay then. Brody Kostecki has just gone to pole position, meanwhile, 1 minute 28.57, but this is what happened. Kurt Stenberg running off the track there. Actually, is that Stenberg? I don't think it is. We're with Lee Ellis at the moment, and there goes Brian Borg in the background, that big old puff of smoke. Everyone just slowing down, and it's created a big concertina. So Ellis gets stuck on the grass and gets into his teammates. Oh dear.
Yeah, well then, simrigs.com car getting into the side of one of the other Trans-Tasman machines. So I believe they will have the opportunity here to bail down onto pit lane. They will get time to come down onto pit lane, reset, and go again, but not ideal. It's the kind of pressure you don't want to be under at the end of qualifying here when you want to just focus on getting out. And for these guys here at 3 minutes to go, they're going to be... I don't think they're going to make it back out here. Jake Burton might just be... No, sorry. Who am I kidding? They'll have plenty of time here. Oh, yeah, that's a real brain dead moment for me. Again, apologies, everyone, because they do have time all the way up until 0. So, no, we've got plenty of time for these drivers to do a very, very slow out lap here. We probably want to be seeing who's the last car out of the pits at around the 1 minute 45 marker. And roughly guessing there. I'm just sometimes getting my wires crossed based on when you're racing in the iRacing heat system, when you're not, because whether you are or you aren't makes a lot of a big difference as to whether you're going to have a hard cut in qualifying or if you're going to have the ability to carry on after the timer hits 0. Check out Paul Young here, and Paul is currently back in 35th place, or 129.6 is just over a second off of the race leaders and the qualifying leader, and is this far down the field. It speaks a lot to the pace. He's, I believe, on an out lap here because right, okay, yes, in fact he did start a flying lap and may have had to bail out. And looking at his times, actually, no, personal best in sectors 1 and 2. So I think he's committed here to this one here. So it comes across through the final corner. My apologies. So 2 to line, the number 3. Can he improve from 35th place? 129.5 is an improvement, and it jumps him up to 33rd. So unfortunately, it's a small gain there for Paul Young, and that will be the end of his qualifying session. 1 minute 18 on the clock. So yeah, we are now well past the point at which drivers can get around to start a lap in time. Jake Burton
backing out of it, and I was going to say that would have been his last opportunity for a hot lap there. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to improve on 3rd, as some drivers having some issues with the runoff areas, as I was going to highlight that Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell came out of the pits together with about 1:50 to go. So they should be flying in tandem through the final sector now. Yep, there they are indeed. Kostecki ahead of Filsell. Kostecki currently has pole position. Can Jared Filsell draft off his teammate and get that pole back? We will have to wait and see. Gearing up then on board with Kostecki, with Adam Briggs up ahead of him. Adam on an outlap himself. So this is the final run that these guys are going to have with 15 seconds left on the clock. I don't see anyone else making it to the line in time. Potentially Josh Anderson, the likes of Ethan Griggold, Dylan Rudd, etc. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The last driver to make it across will be Dylan O'Shea. So.
All right. And yep, Zach Ski pulling across to the side there, so that basically confirms he'll be the first one run and done. Purple sector from Jared Filsell in sector 1. Reese, he beats Kostecki by 0.04 of a second in that opening sector, so the draft is helping here. So this is crunch time now for these two boys, and clearly Filsell in the preferred position at the moment. Both drivers looking pretty clean through turn 4 as they come out of the second hairpin. Now the mid-sector of the track. Flowing. Careful not to pick up a 1X there on the right side of the circuit as you make your way down through Power Horse. No personal best through sector 2, but Filsell faster once again through that corner, that middle section of track. So final part of the circuit. More flow required, of course. Get the run out of turn number 7 here and then down to Jochen Rindt. Again, open the corner up, not too wide though. Tiny bit of curb on the way in. Just keeping your right side tyres on that green and white part of the curbing. Same here at the very final corner. Across the line they come. They're very close. And he's going to be very close. Filsell does it. Purple sector from Kostecki in the final sector. It's unfortunately not enough. He matches his personal best. Well, beats it by 3/1000 of a second, but Jared Filsell, a 28.504, just sneaks himself ahead here and setting the benchmark for this race on one lap pace once again. The Boost Mobile Racing 94 and 99 once again. So it's a chance at redemption for Kostecki. Just got to convert the car away from the grid this time by Andrew Gilliam. Slots in for 3rd place at the end of the session there with a 128.68. So in a good spot there. He's knocked Jake Burton back, well, into 4th place, but they will still obviously line up off the second row together. And then it's a TTR row number 3 with Richard Hampstead and Ethan Warren. But we'll get to all of that in a moment here when we hit the grid. So we'll save the rundown for that in just a moment's time here, Reese.
Indeed we shall. Here's the grid then for the final race of the night at the Red Bull Ring. Jared Filsell snatching pole in the dying moments of the session with his teammate Brody Kostecki starting alongside him. All Boost Mobile front row there. Andrew Gilliam and Jake Burton will share the second row, as you said, with Hampstead and Warren 5th and 6th. Brady Myers and Joshua Anderson make it another all-TTR row, the 22 and the 36 and 7th and 8th, with Job Stewart in 9th, Rick Kuznetsov in 10th, and then it's the ERT pair of Ethan Griggold and Ryan O'Sullivan rounding out the top 12.
Wayne Birkin started out at 13th place tonight. He's got Marcello Rivera, our 3rd of the ERT cars, alongside him for 14th place. Another of the Synergy Machines. Jordan Ross in the 143 starts out at position 15, and Madison down a little bit further back still than I think he would like, but 16th place for him still has some potential here tonight. Andrew Dyson, 17th place. First of our DPR cars alongside the next of the Synergy cars, and Brenton Hobson for 17th and 18th respectively. Luke Rosella, split 2 race winner, starting at a 19th for this one here tonight. Rainer Costello lines up alongside him for 20th, and then it's Lee Ellis 21st alongside Dylan O'Shea in 22nd, Brian Borg in 23rd, and Luke Mitchinson rounding out the top 24 here. Reese.
Hayden Harrison is going to start alongside Dylan Rudd here, and Dylan will be looking for a little bit better here in this race, as well as Kurt Stenberg, who starts alongside Todd Hayne. Adam Briggs and Corey Preston will round out the top 30. Good job from Corey Preston there. Christopher Ireland for Send It Sim Sports is just going to start behind him alongside Glenn Postlethwaite. Richie Stanaway is going to start out of position 33. Then we've got Kobe Jones, Paul Young and Cameron Jones rounding out the first 18 rows of our field.
And then the last couple of drivers on the end of the grid, Zach Ski out of position number 37 with Corey McFarlane alongside him in 38th. And then Benjamin Smith 39th, Hayden Sell position number 40, and Jake Maloney no time set in qualifying, so that will be 41st position for him. And then Andrew Ritchie also no time set, and looks like he will be well, he's actually in the server, but I don't think he's meant to be in here if I'm not getting myself completely crisscrossed. He left during qualifying session, so there's one no time set for him, and that's possibly what happened there. So we await the start of the grid timer. We will have to wait it out due to the presence of the manual safety cars, and they will not be gridding. So 30 seconds to go on the clock for these drivers to sit back and wait for this one here. And well, it's going to be, well, has all the hallmarks of being a busy one once again here, Reese, but hopefully the drivers have learned their lessons from lap 1 of race 1, and we get away cleanly here to start this one off.
Here we go then, final 10 seconds. This is where the pressure really starts rising. Brody Kostecki will be thinking about that run off the line he had in race 1, looking to improve on that for race 2. It's second place for the second race in a row for Car 99, but it's his teammate Jared Filsell on pole. Boost Mobile Racing locking out the front row here. The revs rise, and we are away. It's a good start from both Filsell and Kostecki. It looks like a bit of a bog down there in the background for Ethan Warren. He's gotten swamped by the rest of the drivers in the top 10, and Ethan Grigalt gets up the inside of him. Let's see if there's any incidents further back in the field coming through turn 1. It's looking a lot cleaner this time. Every driver has made it through. Great to see. But Brody Kostecki didn't get the best start out of turn 2. Filsell is now ahead by 1.2 seconds when they get to turn 3. There's Jake Burton getting passed by Richard Hampstead through the third turn there, but he gets a great run round the outside. Let's see what they can do then coming down to turn 4. A nice clean start here. Burton moves over on Hampstead to try and protect the inside, but Andrew Gilliam comes steaming in, and a slight bit of contact there, gets up the inside of Burton as well as Hampstead, and oh, they bang wheels. Goodness me, it's already getting spicy coming into turn 6.
Yeah, but so far, so good. I cross my fingers though, Reese, because I feel like every other time I've said that tonight, it's immediately gone awry, but too wide through turn 6, several deep as a result there. Job Stewart getting bumped a fraction wide there, but in the middle of a bit of a double TTR sandwich he is. So he's got Josh Anderson and Richard Hampstead ahead, and he's got Brady Myers and Ethan Warren behind him. And yeah, Ethan Warren, one of the big losers at the race start. He's already down 3 spots, so that's not quite the direction he wants to go. And in saying that though, Rick Kuznetsov is down 5 spots to be outside the top 10 into 15th. So that's one of our, but he's the biggest loser off the start in conjunction with Brenton Hobson. So couple of guys who, well, Kuznetsov in particular, he showed good pace in race 1, but he's not quite there. Meanwhile, a bit further up the field, never mind that, because Ethan Grigolt's just been passed by Wayne Burke deep at turn 1, and it opens the door to Jordan Ross, who's coming up the inside of Grigolt, and going to look now maybe for the inside of Burke into turn 3. No, he does not. So just holds up the inside line there. In fact, allows Ethan Grigolt a chance to try and go around the outside, but not able to get deep enough under brakes. So he's going to have to stay there to fend off Jordan Ross down the run the turn 4. He does. Slots back into behind Burke to hold on to his now 11th place as they make their way down the hill again. Gilliam to the inside of Burton, though, once again at turn 4. We saw this just last lap again. Burton straight back over to Gilliam to force him to the white line. And it's borderline pushing him off the track into the 1X zone there, quite possibly. I don't know if that's the case. It was touch and go there for a second, but yeah, Burton not willing to give up his current position, so he holds P3 for now, but he keeps that up, and I think he'll eventually, push will come to shove, and we might see something a little bit messy. It's allowing our Boost Mobile cars to run away at the front of the field, though. Kostecki has the gap back down to 1 second, but the gap from first to third is now 2.5, so this continues on here, it looks like these guys are going to have to really try and either push it on really hard here in the early phase, or they might just even think about consolidation. I doubt that, because that's not what this level of drivers and this kind of driving group are going to do. Is a little wobble there. That would have been the 143 of Jordan Ross, and yep, he's slow in the middle of that pack there. And now Madison down, sniffs an opportunity on the run up to turn 3. Question is, it's going to have to come with a pretty late on the brakes. Down looks to the inside, and he's coming under brakes. Whoa. Coming under brakes is Madison Down. He actually gets J. Ross in a bit deep, but he gets the job done. But we're 3 wide directly ahead of that. Oh, Grid Goal, Ethan Warren. Oh, boy. I was looking, Ethan Warren, Wayne Burke, and Brady Myers. Meanwhile, Job Stewart and Josh Anderson and Hampstead are fighting. Oh, it's going off here in this battle pack, and it's allowed now 3rd and 4th place drivers to run away from it also. Again, this pack getting into each other. Oh, Stewart in the grass. Through the kink after turn 4. He just hangs onto it as a result.
Oh, Hampstead goes wide. He's gone a bit deep.
Open the door to
there we go.
Contact 1-2. Oh, Burke's in the grass on the inside. That's going to be messy.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the rejoin. Oh, everyone clear the apex.
Thank goodness. Good stuff there from Wayne Burke to get it pulled up on the grass. But that contact has compromised Richard Hampstead as well. Goodness me. There was some big 3 wide happening there. Job Stewart has escaped from that. Wondering if race control are going to take another look at him once again. Stewart has moved up into 6th now, just behind Josh Anderson, but he's getting massively pressured by Ethan Warren as we check out Jordan Ross here, making his way towards the first turn. Ethan Grigault there, working his way forward ever so slightly. Ethan Warren in the draft now of Job Stewart might be able to get a move done into turn 3, which should give Grigault the advantage. Ross is looking for a move here potentially. No, Madison Down is going to go up the inside of Brady Myers at turn 3. They just avoid making contact. The Trans-Tasman teammates running side by side. That's bringing the rest of these guys right back into it. We ride on board with Jordan Ross. He's got Ryan O'Sullivan right up behind him in 12th place. Moves to the outside, does O'Sullivan, to just widen up the run into the corner, but it doesn't look like he's gotten the run that he needs. In fact, he might just get pipped by Rick Kuznetsov here. You see Kuznetsov there on the outside, and the Premier Racing Team machine has to yield.
You say has to yield there, Reese, but you thought about the over-under, I think, but wasn't able to... thinks about diving up the inside anyways at turn 7. Goodness. Oh, my goodness me. As I said, some of these corners you wouldn't have thought were overtaking opportunities, but these guys are certainly making the most of whatever they can find around this place here at the Red Bull Ring. Well, while we've got a brief moment of pause, I was just going to bring up incidents on lap 3 that were unconnected to that the chaos that we noticed there. Well, we were watching through the middle of the lap there. Contact between Kurt Stenberg and Dylan Rudd has seen the 990 of Rudd all the way back in 40th place, and then there was contact at a turn, a penultimate corner between, which is... Oh, no, never mind that!
Oh, no!
Because Kuznetsov goes around all by himself at turn 1. Oh, there's been such pace from that 008 car, and now down the timing tower he tumbles. He's already back in 38th place, and that is not the way he wanted. I'm just going to watch it again on the replay here. And just watch this up on the sausage curb, and it's rather an unusual one there because it really looks like the car just insta-flicked itself. But the way this car can break traction, Reese, that's certainly not outside the realms of possibility.
It's not the most predictable car, the Australian touring car on the iRacing service, but meanwhile, we'll check out once again the incident for Wayne Burke. We'll see what happened to really get him off the circuit. So he was in the midst of all of that. We go back a little bit further. This very hard racing with Hampstead and Maloney up ahead of Job Stewart, and Burke on the inside of the Trans-Tasman cars. Shifts to the outside line, and there was Stewart catching the grass like you mentioned. Gets up the inside of Stewart and makes it 3 wide with Hampstead going deep. But then there's a little bit of clobbering there as they tried to sort themselves out, and a big whack for Wayne Burke off the circuit. And thank goodness he was able to pull it up like he did. Otherwise, he would have gone right into the path of this whole pack.
A bowling ball was not something you ever want to be when you're in a car, and quite thankfully, Wayne Burke, plenty of control there for that one as we head back to live pitches and looking here at Burke once again. now on the back of Hayden Harrison, fighting over 21st place. Up to turn 3 we go. Burke late on the brakes. He's going to get that job done for the most part, I think. And yes, he has got the job done there on corner exit. Harrison tucks straight back in. As you can see, side by side, just about anywhere you look, or at least people showing the nose, trying to get something going. As down to turn 4, we look ahead. One of the Evolution Racing Team cars, I believe that is, yep, Rainer Costello is alongside Lee Ellis there. And it's just a nose ahead going into turn 5, and actually going to try and go round the long way here at the corner. Pinch Ellis to the apex if he can, and he might just have done it here. Yep, able to slam on the brakes and dive ahead through the braking zone there for that corner. So, and a safety car has been called. We've got, Kobe Jones on the track at turn 1 on the exit. That is why we're calling a safety car here indeed. And unfortunately, oh my goodness, he's had a monumental wreck. We're going to have to look at that one there on the Virtual Racing School replay if we can, please.
All right, let's see what went on here for Kobe Jones. He was working his way through the back half of the lap, already carrying some damage from incidents on lap 1.
Lap 3 with Richie Stanaway, if I might add.
Yes, so he was up behind Hayden Sell and went for the move here at the first corner. What goes on between these two? Is it contact? Oh, goodness. Yeah, a little bit of contact there. Unfortunately, it seems Jones took a bit too much of the inside of turn 1. That put him onto a line that went straight into Hayden Sell. And when you make contact like that in these cars, the car ahead is usually going to get turned around. Here's another view.
Yeah, just a little bit too much of the apex curb at turn 1. You see the car just floats up on 2 wheels. It looks pretty nice, but then the car hits the tyre bundle, and in typical true iRacing fashion, it does something a little bit unusual and basically bounces right back off the tyres. A little bit more so than usual, and a barrel roll for boot. And looks like that has blown the motor on the 25. And thankfully, brings it to a stop. But on the racing line, they need to take care of that. So the Virtual Racing School safety car is back out once again here, Reese. And we got 7 laps this time at least, so progress, I suppose, if we're going to count by that metric here tonight. And a chance for the field to reset. A couple of drivers at the back of the field have opted to come down the lane, take tyres and pit. One of those cars is Richard Hampstead. He's already sitting in the lane over a minute stationary, so he's doing some serious optional damage repair, you would think, in that case. No mechanical black flag to his name, so yep, he's already rolling away now after a minute 20 in the box. So going to be well out of position here in terms of his pace and position on track, which will be 40th in the train. But maybe some potential here for Hampstead to push back through, though it is going to be difficult, I would think, given what we've seen so far here tonight. So number 25, Kobe Jones, is still out on track, so we will be under safety car until at least the end of lap number 8 here, Reese. So we jump on board quickly with the race leader. 94, Jared Filsell, to make it 3 race wins in a row to start off his V8SCOPS campaign for 2022. He's in the hot seat and doing just about everything right, but with his teammate Kostecki behind, Kostecki could certainly make it a difficult job for this race win, let alone any of the other drivers behind that now have a chance to close back up here, such as Andrew Gilliam, Jake Burton, Josh Anderson, just our top 5 to name a few here, but realistically, top 7 to 10 will have a chance of winning this one here. And going to come down to that restart, I think, primarily, along with how aggressive the guys in the back half of the top 10 are with each other, relative to their focus on catching staying with the race leaders, I would say here, Reese.
Yeah, and you would have noticed that Andrew Gilliam and Jake Burton have swapped positions. We actually missed the move being made in the midst of all of the fighting going on in the midfield. It looked like lap 5 at turn 3, Gilliam got up the inside of Burton in the braking zone. So this safety car has been very well timed for the likes of Andrew Gilliam. Now that he's gotten that move done, and he's right up behind the Boost Mobile duo, he can potentially stay with them. It's all about how they nail the restart, though, because Jared Filsell is going to have control of the field. We did see on the safety car restart in race 1 that Ethan Warren went incredibly early, actually took everyone by surprise on the entry into the final corner. So Phil Sell might be looking to do the same. Regardless, I'm fairly sure he's going to be coordinating the start with Brody Kostecki. So we'll see what the teamwork is like there for Boost Mobile if they can get the gap that they need. And this right here is Phil Sell and Kostecki running side by side. I don't think this was in the race. It seems that that's a clip from qualifying that we've just shown there. But either way, we'll see what Andrew Gilliam can do to keep Jake Burton behind him. Don't forget, they've also got Josh Anderson and Ethan Warren behind them too. Ethan Warren, the pole sitter for race 1. Going to be an interesting restart here. The safety car has already pulled away from the rest of the field. They've gone by the stricken car, and now the control of the field falls under Jared Filsell. And I have to say, I think the sponsors at SSR Boost Mobile Racing will be very happy with this. Both of their cars in the top 2 positions and looking quite clean to boot. Last couple of turns then. Jared Filsell is holding 80 kilometers an hour here, and he's going to leave it, I think, pretty late here to get things started. I'm looking forward to being proven wrong in an instant, but the likes of Andrew Gilliam and Jake Burton will have their eyes set on the Boost Mobile duo to see when they decide to go. Between the last couple of corners, this is around the point where you can begin accelerating, and Filsell does go early. Ends up catching Kostecki by surprise as well, but Gilliam and Burton are right with him. So Jared Filsell will lead the way across the line here at the restart to begin lap 9. And there goes Jake Burton having a little look at Andrew Gilliam coming into turn 1. It doesn't work out for him though. Have a look at Gilliam on the back of Kostecki though. This is potentially race-changing for Boost Mobile Racing. Look at this. Kostecki, well, I'd expect him to go defensive here. Burton pulls out, so does Gilliam. Burton has to back out of it, and Gilliam gets alongside Kostecki into the turn, but Kostecki shoves him out wide, and Burton takes advantage, gets the exit. Magnificent stuff from Jake Burton. He's going to take second here, unless Kostecki can hold the outside at turn 4.
Certainly could hold the outside here into turn 4, I'd say, Reese, but with the way Burton's been driving down here so far and been very aggressive with defending positions that he's holding on to, he's not able to force Kostecki out any wider, so Kostecki's right there.
Oh, contact! There we go, Burton. Oh, no!
Both go!
They have come together.
Kostecki, the big loser of that one there. He is way out in the short track configuration, and he has to go right round the gravel. That's going to take him a while to get back on track. Andrew Gilliam, the ultimate winner of it once again. So loses that initially at turn 3, but he's back up to P2 again then. Now he's got Josh Anderson, who's come through along with Ethan Warren. So the position shuffle, as always, around here. So 9 laps down, and still 20 to go here at the Red Bull Ring, and it's a flurry of activity. So the top 10 straight across the field, but Gilliam now has a 1.7 second lead over the rest of this bunch as they now line up Andrew Gilliam. And the question is, are they going to work with him, or are they going to go after him here? So we'll wait to see. Josh Anderson looking like he's going to stay in line, I would think. Yep, stays in line. So focuses on catching back up to Jared Filsell. Don't give that man an inch. He'll take a mile if he can have it. I mean, you give any one of these drivers an inch, I think they'll take a mile all the same, Reese. But oh, trouble for Brian Borg. He's been on the radio a bit there, and he's got a slowdown penalty heading up past turn 3. So he needs to clear that before that hangs around. But he's diving under brakes instead to get past Wayne Burks. So he needs to be careful. He's actually got that cleared under brakes, trying to pass someone, which is must have been like the barest 10th or 100th remaining on that slowdown there, because that was looked unusual from above and behind. But nevertheless, he's got it done, and he's up into 18th place here, and he moves on.
Does indeed. Well, that was quite the interesting incident between Brody Kostecki and Jake Burton. I think just both drivers battling as hard as they could, and Kostecki, it seemed, was trying his best to widen the entry to turn 6, but that was at the very point that Burton had started to turn in for the left-hander. We'll get another view of it here on the Virtual Racing School replay. Again, a brilliant run from Jake Burton. Great exit out of turn 3. Got slightly ahead of Kostecki, but Kostecki's been very strong on the exit of turn 4. Manages to get the car squared up very nicely. And you'll see it right here. Kostecki tries to widen it out. Burton is there, and then Burton goes into a slide and collects Kostecki. So I'm not too sure how to call that. I think race control might deem that a racing incident. Don't quote me on that, but that's how I call it.
Yep, best leave the race control decisions to the race control team. And we'll just commentate on them as they come through. Back to live pictures here. We can see train of cars still fighting their way through. Looking in and around 26th place here. Corey McFarlane now has Brody Kostecki behind him. So that's where the 99 has rejoined. And question is, how quickly does that 99 car come through the field? At this stage, McFarlane has had a bit of a rough night tonight. He's up 12 spots, though, from where he started this race. So making good use of some opening lap pace and driving clean. And meanwhile, just up ahead, a couple of drivers getting off tracks, it would seem, on the approach to the penultimate corner at Jochen Rins. So Charles going to be careful of that. Instant limit is still at 20 for this race, as it was for race 1. You can see here as they file through that penultimate corner again. Just about all of the track width being used, but keeping it within limits this time, though. Looking at the 09 Ford McFarlane, he's not under pressure from Kostecki. He's looking to pressure Todd Hayne instead. So backs out of it into turn 1, so really trying to set up the run down to turn 3.
There we go, headlights.
Definitely makes sense. And yep, there go the tail lights on, and here come the headlights from up front. So we have transitioned about 20, well, less than 20 minutes to go until virtual sunset officially kicks in. And we're less than halfway into this one, Reese, so definitely going to get a bit darker as drivers make their way over to the hairpin. Hayne locks the brakes right front. He's not going to help, and he gets the sausage curb on exit for good measure. So McFarlane's more or less through here at turn 3. Kostecki's coming to try and make it a 2-for-1 loss for Todd Hayne. Oh, sorry, yes, Todd Hayne, my apologies. I'm getting that right. So down to turn 4 we go. Hayne trying to hold around the outside, but Kostecki is going to get some good drive. The only thing Hayne's got for him now is he's got the inside at turn 5. But looking up towards the front, Wayne Burke and Brian Borger still leaning on each other. Oh no, mate, that more contact with Brenton Hobson. Oh, more contact. Both cars run wide, but Borg into the gravel. And got to be careful with the rejoin here as everyone streaks past on the left side. Keeps it relatively tidy, which allows everyone to get through. Meanwhile, almost 3 wide into Jochen Rin.
Oh, goodness.
Kurt Stenberg goes around Brenton Hobson, and Luke Mitchinson tries to get involved. And Jake Maloney behind them is trying to get in on all this as well. So, yeah, the action keeps going here, Reese, and we can't stop, it would seem.
Yeah, it's just non-stop action, lap on lap here. A good move by Kurt Stenberg to get it done around the outside of Hobo 88. And I tell you what, it's looking good for Jared Filsell as I'm just seeing Reina Costello up at turn 3 get by Marcelo Rivera, at least attempting to. And they've got some good company there in Dylan O'Shea as they come streaming down the straight between turns 3 and 4. And I'm looking at this lead here for Jared Filsell. It briefly ballooned out to around 2 seconds, but now it's back down to about 1.75. Andrew Gilliam has broken free of Joshua Anderson and those behind him, and he's starting to put in those hard yards and catch up to Filsell.
Yeah, it's looking at the last lap of 129.5 for Filsell versus the 129.6. Gilliam's personal best so far in the race, so does need to find a little bit more to actually start making the inroads. And with half a second back to Josh Anderson, there isn't a whole lot of breathing room because with the long straights here, with the front, the final sector, the front stretch, and the first straight up to turn 3, certainly plenty of draft capacity there for the guys behind to close in, and that's exactly what they do. Under brakes too for good measure. That's Anderson closing the gap to just... actually, pardon me, he's back up to half a second. So Gilliam getting a very good run off turn 1 for a second there. So Anderson a bit too deep into turn 1, I think, is the answer we're looking for. Meanwhile, Brady Myers looking at the back of Job Stewart, running in 8th place. As these guys continue to run single file for the time being. But well, any time a weakness comes up, expect somebody to have a go at it. Meanwhile, Andrew Dyson with Luke Rosella behind. They're currently still running along. Meanwhile, there's a bit of shuffling in the mid-pack. Dylan Rudd, Rick Kuznetsov were going back and forth for quite a while as for around P30. Meanwhile, is that group of cars with pardon me, Todd Hayne is leading. Oh, no, Todd Hayne is out in behind Mitchison and McFarlane, and he had one of the Trans-Tasman. Or are they looking at the wrong car, perhaps? Meanwhile, oh goodness me, McFarlane crisscross attempt in on Mitchison there in the turn 5. Not able to make it stick though, so he's going to have to straighten it back out and set up the run here towards the end of the lap. And needs to be careful because, yeah, Todd Hayne is still there. And not too far behind Todd Hayne is Richie Stanaway, who's up 6 spots. So, again, clean start to the race. Well, clean start to the race on this one here for Stanaway. So, looks to be hopefully making some steps forward in this one here. So, yeah, probably not worth making too many of those kind of moves going forward, I would think. They don't seem to particularly work around here all too much because the rhythm and momentum is so important. As you see here, Hayne thinks about the inside on McFarlane, but says no. We jump back up to the top 10 as we're looking at particular. Madison down 9th place. Trying to just, well, keep the pressure on his teammate Brady Myers to stay with the cars ahead here and close in on 5th place, if not the rest of the podium.
Well, you mentioned a little earlier as good racing going on between ERT and TTR here. Marcelo Rivera alongside Lee Ellis with Dylan O'Shea for DPR just up ahead of them in the white Mustang. Brody Kostecki, you mentioned that he was the biggest loser out of the incident with Jake Burton. Well, he's starting to work his way gradually back up. He's in 22nd position now, having just made his way past Brenton Hobson. And he's starting to work on Jake Maloney and Kurt Stenberg up ahead of him. So Brody Kostecki, gradually working his way up through the field. And the same could be said for Maloney as well. Remember, Maloney did not set a lap in qualifying. He started dead last, and now he is up into 21st place. And just ahead of him, have a look at Kurt Stenberg trying around the outside of Hayden Harrison in the last couple of corners. Goodness me. We got to look at that. And Stenny's gotten it done round the outside. Brilliant move there. And Maloney, unfortunately, not able to take advantage because Kostecki there is boxed in coming into turn 1. What can he do? Gets into the grass ever so slightly. Maloney up the inside of Harrison now. Harrison gives him room and goes off the circuit. That might net him a slowdown. And Kostecki, once again, he's got the run, but he can't make any moves. Bumps Maloney in a straight line. Is he going to switch to the inside for turn 3? Here we go. Later on the brakes, they're 3 wide, and Kostecki just squeezes through and gets it done. And Maloney and Harrison, contact on the exit. They will get swamped here by Brenton Hobson, who's suddenly come back here, as well as the huge pack behind. Look at all those cars.
Here they come. Yep, they were here fighting amongst themselves earlier with Kostecki coming through. It seems to have, well, it had thinned them out a little bit, but now that Kostecki is through again and we've had this scrap at turn 3, it's brought them all back together. So very busy mid-pack indeed. Meanwhile, some bad news for the 89 of Wayne Burke. He looks to have exceeded the iRacing instant limit because he's got a black flag next to his name, Reese. So he might be up in 18th for the time being, but it looks like that's going to come to an end very soon. We're going to stay here with this pack, though. Look at them side by side through the middle section here. Mitchinson trying to get past Hayden Harrison for 24th. And, well, 25th, my apologies. Look at this, Harrison committing to the outside. Can he do what Stenberg did last time around? Oh, door slam into the side here.
Oh dear.
Big hip check into Mitchinson, and that puts the 04 into the pit wall. That's knocked a bit of speed off his car, and now actually exposes Harrison to an attack from Richie Sanaway into turn 1. Look at them, 2, 3 wide off the corner as a result. Drivers looking every which way. Rick Kuznetsov, another one of these drivers trying to get back on where he was. He's now on the outside into turn 3. Careful, boys, that's a bit risky. And if you're Kuznetsov here, you need to probably think about bailing out and going
dear,
ultra
just
wide.
behind. Oh, that's a big slide there. Who on earth? That's
trouble on the exit of the corner as well. Oh, yikes. That 3 wide in has just only just figured itself out. Oh, it almost came to tears for Kuznetsov. Also nearly tripped up Dylan Rudd and Luke Mitchison, but they've all come out the other side of that somehow and still in one piece, if a little bit scuffed, Reese. Jeez, it's getting a bit busy. And in the meantime, race control's also been busy. They're issuing a black flag to Adam Briggs for contact on lap number 6 as well. So now on lap 17 of 29, it's been a little while since race controls obviously got themselves involved, but they've been busy in the background here.
That they have, and I get the feeling a penalty might be coming Hayden Selv's way, because you saw Zach Ski spinning at the hairpin in the background just before. That was from contact with Hayden Selv, who didn't quite move over to the right enough. But coming out of the final corner here, it's Brody Kostecki trying to work his way up through the field, gets up the inside of Kurt Stenberg and into 18th place. But look at that gap that he has to the cars ahead. Fortunately, he might have a bit of clear air. Jake Maloney is with Stenberg as well. He's going to try and follow Kostecki through here. And what does Stenny do? He has a slight draft on Kostecki, but it's not quite going to be enough. Up the inside Maloney goes, and that shouldn't be fought too hard by the Trans-Tasman teammate, but that's a good exit around the outside for Stenny. Meanwhile, just further back, goodness me, Luke Mitchinson is still in the wars here. He's got Dylan Rudd up his inside coming out of turn 3. Look who's with them, Rick Kuznetsov, trying to work his own way forward after that unfortunate spin by himself earlier on in the race. There's quite a few team cars here. Premier Racing team with Brian Borg as well. Trying around the outside of Kuznetsov, and big wide moment for Dylan Rudd. He's going to get swallowed up by these cars coming into this corner, I'd imagine. Probably not Borg, though. Have a look at the pace that Rudd carries into the corner, and out for good measure. Consolidates that position.
Able to hang on there by just driving in a little bit deeper, as you said. And meanwhile, Kuznetsov the side is going to have a little look at Mitchinson into the penultimate corner. Just slows himself up a bit though, but thankfully for his own sakes doesn't actually hurt too much. Gets a good drive off the final corner though, so he's going to be on the attack here into turn 1, it would seem. And yep, he's looking for it here before the front stretch into turn 1. Mitchinson pulls back across to try and get the preferred line, so side by side of the turn 1 they go. And Kuznetsov runs him to the track limit and is going to take the spot off him, but as a result, Dylan Rudd comes up the inside and says, yep, I'll have that, thank you very much. Brian Borg's coming through on Luke Mitchinson, 2x2 up to turn 3.
Oh, contact side by side, but it manages to work out. Take it easy on the exit of turn 3, guys. There's Kuznetsov with a slightly better exit. Is he going to be able to get it done in turn 4? While we're watching this, I just want to briefly mention the gap for the lead. It stayed at around 1.7 seconds. There goes Rudd up the inside of Kuznetsov. But, oh, yeah, locked rears indeed, and he spun on the inside of the corner, and that's backed up the drivers behind him. Briefly 3 wide as Brian Borg sails through. And fortunately, it seems largely sorted out, but Mitchinson, goodness me, he's been running side by side with cars most of this time. And Paul Young, for his first V8SCOPS race in Split 1, goodness me, he has gotten quite an introduction to this series.
That he has. He's been towards the back of the pack so far tonight, but up 4 spots currently to where he is in 31st. And Scar, a little bit of war wounds there on the side of his car. Shouldn't be hurting him too much though, so it's a matter of just trying to keep the nose clean for the rest of this one here as he comes across the line, and it's going to be just 10 laps to go for this pack. Yep, lap 20 of 29, so not long left indeed, and no moves this time into turn 1, so trying to set up the run for turn number 3. Back to the front of the field because Ethan Warren's looking at the rear of Josh Anderson, and half a thought of a move, but yeah, nothing coming of it this time by. A gap still between 1.7 and 1.8 seconds for the race lead. So, again, pretty balanced pace from the front 2 at the moment, Reese. I think that's pretty indicative of the way that Jared Filsell and Andrew Gilliam are well matched at this stage of the series and the season, and their general experience and preparation. Otherwise, whatever you want to add to the mix. As we look out the back now of Job Stewart, currently up to 7th place. He's got Brady Myers still for company, though. So, another one of these drivers. Again, no rest for the wicked here tonight, Reese. And even for the guys who've got a bit of a breather, the high-speed nature of the circuit means a mistake is very painful in terms of track time and position lost here.
Yeah, a lot of straight line here around this circuit. Brady Myers still trying to chase down Job Stewart. They've got Madison down behind them. Reigning champion has made up 7 spots so far in this race. Good run through the field for Madison as things stand. He'll be looking to try and work his way further up into the top 5 though. And it looks like if there's more battling up ahead, he'll certainly be able to get his eye in for that. Looks like Cameron Jones has jumped into the pits, and I think that might be for the incident limit. I don't see any black flag from race control for Cameron Jones, and yeah, just driving straight through. Unfortunate there for Cameron, but them's the breaks with a 20 incident limit around a track with which it's so easy to get off-track penalties. So, this gap between Philsell and Gilliam, it's still holding about 1.7, 1.9 seconds. I'm wondering if Philsell, now that he's got the gap in the lead, is just backing off a little bit and saving the tyres. Because, I mean, these tyres can definitely go 29 laps, no problem around here. But if you push them too hard in the early stages, then you'll just overheat them and the pace drop-off will be quite immense. So, now that Philsell has that gap, just keeping things nice and smooth, making sure that he holds onto that gap, maybe forces Gilliam to take a bit more out of his tyres in his hot pursuit. Gilliam, we have to mention, is facing a lot of pressure from these guys, Anderson and Warren in the Trans-Tasman cars, and Jake Burton, who still holds on to 5th, despite his incident earlier with Brody Kostecki. Myers, meanwhile, trying to line up Job Stewart for a move for 7th place. But it seems that Stewart has been getting the exits of the corners down pat.
Yep, that seems to be what he's mastered quite well. So far. Right. Myers goes for the inside late at turn 3. Forces Stewart to leave the car with on the inside. And Myers tries to force Stewart out extra wide to kill his run off the corner exit. But they're going to go for the drag race down to turn 4. Both vying for the middle of the track here. Oh, no. Big contact. That loosens up Stewart on the brakes. He gets hit again in the mid-corner. Rear end gets loose. He's able to just hang on to it, though. He's going to lose 2 spots as a result, though, to both Myers and Madison down. And that will have hurt the rear tyres for good measure in particular. Now, with the heat, meanwhile, Jordan Ross goes through. Oh, yeah. Jordan Ross goes through on Job Stewart immediately after. So that's now 3 spots lost in a lap. That pursuit, Sim Racing 35, is going to be hurting for a little bit here, it would seem. So needs to obviously look after it and try and bring it back in gradually. We look back to one of the cars, Andrew Dyson there for a moment, 13th place, and then Dylan O'Shea leading Marcelo Rivera. O'Shea's done a good job up 7 spots in this second race, and Stewart's into the pits. And he's got the black flag for the incident limit as well. Another driver falls to the 20x limit here, and to bring the car down onto pit lane.
Yeah, and I don't think he'll be too happy with Brady Myers for that. Myers was alongside, but I did notice that in the braking zone, they were a little too close together. So unfortunate there for Job. He's going to rejoin just within the top 20 here. And in fact, 21st as he rejoins the circuit behind Brenton Hobson. Gap at the front has increased meanwhile as we go back to that. The Cardiff X Trans-Tasman car of Ethan Warren still in hot pursuit of Josh Anderson and Andrew Gilliam. Jared Philsell is starting to drive away from these guys. Took a 10th out of Gilliam on the last lap.
Yeah, it's been a 10th for the past 2 laps for good measure, Reese. So I think we're just starting to see here whether Gilliam is just having to back it up a fraction to try and look after his car and think about the defense more than the attack, which, well, would seem to be the obvious conclusion at this stage of the race. There's 3 cars directly behind, all vying for your place. Means that you've got to focus on them behind for the time being. As we look back here, Luke Rosella is up 8 spots from his starting position here in race 2. So another driver that's made good progress forward to just be outside the top 10. O'Sullivan ahead is the man in 10th, and he'll be looking for that spot here, I think, pretty soon. But that's a good run through the final turn for Rosella in comparison to O'Sullivan. So here we go. Down the front straight. O'Sullivan defends to the inside. And O'Sullivan's actually going to give the spot up before turn 1. So opts to try and get the good run through turn 1 to get a counter-attack on for turn 3, you would think. And we look at the next of the Trans-Tasman cars. That's Marcelo Rivera in behind Dylan O'Shea and Lee Ellis right behind them. So 3 cars fighting over 14th here, Reece. So they make their way up to turn 3. And Now just 5.5 or 4.5 laps on the board for these guys. So time is beginning to run out here. And yes, Rosella has stayed ahead of O'Sullivan, meanwhile, for 10th place. But a headlight flash from O'Sullivan. So, meanwhile, 2 Taipan cars. Hayden Harrison leads Todd Hayne. They've got Richard Hampstead for company. Hampstead making his way back through the field, but it's been a race here. I think Hampstead not able to push forward as much as perhaps he would like. Down 20 spots from his starting position, but had to get damage fixed up, it would seem, in that race. Back to the front field here, Reese, and Ethan Griggolt hanging on there in 6th place and just starting to, I think, get in towards them there. Meanwhile, gaps down to 1.8 seconds. Gilliam starting to return the favour to Phil Sell a little bit here. And he's bringing the TTR and ERT machines with him for good measure.
It's been a good job here from Andrew Gilliam to keep these guys behind. He's always shown potential for front-running pace in V8SCOPS, and I think he is decidedly a front-runner in this series now, taking his first wins in 2020. And now, down to turn 3, not going to be seeing a move from behind. But I tell you what, these drivers running in a line as they are, that is bringing Ethan Griggolt into the fray here, and he could be looking at a top 5 if he can pass Jake Burton. There are the times there for Andrew Gilliam, running a little faster than Phil Sell on the last couple of laps. He's starting to turn it up here, but it might be too little too late considering there's only going to be 4 laps left when they cross the line. And once Jared Philsell gets out in front, it's incredibly rare to see a mistake from him.
Yeah. 1/10 here, 2/10 there. That seems to be the nature of the beast at the moment. So it's going to take a pretty mega effort from Gilliam to really chip back in. And he's going to really need at least probably 3/10 a lap, if not more, to get back into draft range. And then that'll help him pull him up to the rear of Philsell that little bit faster. But gap coming down only by at most probably a 10th on this lap. So yeah, going to be a tight fit. Meanwhile, on board with Ethan Warren, looking ahead to Josh Anderson, and it's 3/10 ahead to Anderson from Warren, and then half a second from Warren back to Jake Burton, and half a second from Jake Burton back to Ethan Griggolt. So again, these guys sort of comfortable for the time being. It would seem to run single file, but yeah, I guess the focus is on trying to catch the race leader. But again, only a couple hundredths in at that time by race, so I don't think we're going to see them catch. It is going to have to be a rare mistake from the race leader to change things up at the front when it comes to the win. But yeah, P2 very much undecided. Meanwhile, looking at Madison down and Brady Myers down. Looking at the back of Myers this time into turn 4. Make that the inside of Myers into turn 4. Myers, though, is going to try and hold it around the outside.
Ooh, so close to contact.
8 cars width given, but you don't get any more than that, even if your teammates. But position change done by turn 5. Jordan Ross looking to try and take advantage. He's going to have to size up the TTR cars here in the next 3 and a bit laps, but getting the way down, got through there. He's looking to pull away there from Brady Myers at this stage, it would seem. That's already a small little gap through that couple of corners, but that should neutralise with the straights here in the opening sector race.
So back to 7th for Madison Down, up 9 places from where he started. It's been a great run through the field for him. As we enter the last couple of laps, I will say that the biggest mover in the field is Jake Maloney. He's up in 18th now, gained 23 positions from where he started. That's a fantastic run from the 29. Also from the 094 of Corey McFarlane, up 16 places and into 22nd. Very good moves being made by those drivers, but we stick with Jordan Ross as the Trans-Tasman pair now start to drive away from him. Now that Down is in the lead, he's going to be giving a good draft here to Brady Myers and will be helping them to pull away. And there's not much here that Jordan Ross can do unless there's a mistake from one of them. That pack up ahead as well for second. Still line astern as they have been for quite some time. And Andrew Gilliam has managed to gain a little bit of a gap over Josh Anderson now, running in tandem with his Trans-Tasman teammate Ethan Warren. not quite teammates as in the same sub-team, but still part of the same stable at Trans-Tasman Racing. For reference, Josh Anderson is Madison Downs' teammate in that 2-car sub-team, and they led the team's championship coming into this round. So we'll have to wait and see for when the points come out after this race to see if they've held on to that, as it's side by side here. Todd Hayne trying to hold off Richard Hampstead, who's still struggling to find his way past these Taipan Esports cars. Got Richie Stanaway behind him, and Richie Stanaway is a very familiar figure to many of these drivers. Stanaway was very active on the iRacing service in the early 2010s. Of course, then his real-life racing commitments pulled him away from sim racing, and getting a drive in Australia's top touring car series in the real world, certainly a good excuse to give up too much time on the sim. But Stanaway still remains active and still racing as hard as he ever has, and I would wager that there's a good amount of respect between himself and Richard Hampstead. They raced against each other a lot back in the day.
Yes, indeed. Well, plenty of drivers who have been around quite some time, far longer than I have in the community, that's for sure. And, well, it does mean that see similar faces day in, day out. A couple of we've got the new guys coming in to challenge here and there, but very much, yeah, when the old crowd makes a return, they often do make a return and do it in style for the most part. As we look here at the fight for 5th, Jake Burton holding on against Ethan Griggold. Those two guys have dropped a little bit from Ethan Moran and Josh Anderson, yes, who in turn have dropped a bit from Andrew Gilliam. Gilliam has got the gap down to about 1.5, 1.6, but Jared Philsell is about to take the white flag, so yeah, it's Philsell's race to lose. Wayne Burke, in the meantime, has picked up another black flag. Oh, that's from iRacing, that is. So drive-through penalty will be coming his way for what must be the incident limit once more. So that's not a great way for him to finish race number 2 tonight. So out of the first turn, we come for the final time for our drivers up front. Gilliam, yep, he's now basically got second place, wrapped up pretty comfortably there. Most of these guys all looking pretty comfortable and single file at this stage. And Addison Down looks to have got enough there, and Brady Myers to not be too worried about anything between teammates on the final lap. Meanwhile, though, Andrew Dyson up the inside of Ryan O'Sullivan for 11th place. Dyson gets it done under brakes. Can O'Sullivan come back into turn 4 with a better run? The answer is he's got a good run for starters, Reece. So here we go. Down to turn 4 for the last time for these two drivers. 11th place on the line. Dyson opens the inside, so making sure we're gambling on trying to get the run here around the outside. O'Sullivan's in. Under brakes, can he force Dyson out wide enough? No, O'Sullivan's a respectful driver, gives plenty of room for Dyson there, so they're going to have to go side by side, and it's going to have to be something pretty miraculous here for O'Sullivan. Meanwhile, Marcello Rivera's off on the gravel at turn 4, and meanwhile, we cut back to O'Sullivan, and yes, he's unable to hold it around the outside, so probably one more chance for him here to make something stick, but jump back to our race winner for a second, I think, if we can, because, oh, no, there you go, battle for third has come alive between the teammates here at TTR. Or Ethan Warren trying to go around the outside of Anderson. Oh, that's a bit dicey. Philsell gets the race win, side by side, drag race to the line. Anderson's going to hold on ahead of Ethan Warren for 3rd place. And Jake Burton holds on to 5th ahead of Greg Galt. So just I thought that was all going to finish roughly where it was. Meanwhile, Kostecki slow down. Did he clear it in time? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see at the end of it all. He comes across the line, scored 17th, but that could be in doubt. Rest of the drivers coming across the line here to round out our top 20 or thereabouts. And a couple of drivers back here. Richard Hampstead's already, for example, ejected from the pits, ejected from the track, I should say. So his race is most certainly done today. And it looks like just about everyone is through across the line. So get a chance to have a look at that final couple of corners there for the top 5 would be good, I think. And then jump to our race results, I think will be the order of the day here, Reece.
Indeed it shall. It was nothing short of a dominant performance from Jared Philsell in race 2. He takes both wins here tonight and finishes 1.7 seconds ahead of Andrew Gilliam. This is a replay of what went on the final lap here before we go through the race results. That's That's, goodness me, getting up the inside of Josh Anderson, Ethan Warren. They were fighting quite hard over that third. The Trans-Tasman teammates almost gave Jake Burton half a chance, but have a look at what Ethan Warren does here in the last couple corners. Burton switches to the inside. There's not enough room there. Anderson covered it very well, but sweeping around the outside there is Ethan Warren, and they gave each other a good amount of space, but it ultimately was Anderson who got it by less than half a car length. Amazing stuff. Great racing there to finish off the night for the Trans-Tasman machines. And there is what caused Brody Kostecki's slowdown, just a bit too wide out of the final corner and ending up losing a position just before the line to Jake Maloney. Big shame there for Kostecki. He had great potential to finish on the podium and even take wins here tonight, but that poor start in race 1 and the incident with Jake Burton here in race 2 putting paid to that. So now we go through the race results. Jared Filsell, both races go to the number 94. That's a 100% win record so far in this 2022 season. Andrew Gilliam comes home 1.7 seconds behind, ahead of Anderson, Warren and Burton and Galt, all covered by about 0.2 of a second. Madison Down finishes in 7th, 0.3 ahead of Brady Myers. Then it's Jordan Ross and Luke Rosella rounding out the top 10. A great drive from Rosella to get 10th place after winning Split 2.
Indeed, that was Andrew Dyson able to get ahead of Ryan O'Sullivan there on the final lap, 11th and 12th respectively for them, with Rainer Costello just in behind his ERT teammate, but 13th for the 56. Dylan O'Shea had a good run through the midfield there, up to 14th place for the number 19 car from simrigs.com DPR. Lee Ellis also moved up a decent number of spots there to 15th place, but our big mover, 25 spots gained to Jake Maloney there in the 29 machine. And then Brody Kostecki slowed down, served and cleared before the finish line. So 17th place is his tonight in race 2. A somewhat of a recovery there, but after being tapped in that second race, he's probably a little bit frustrated with that one there. Marcelo Rivera, 18th place for ERT. Kurt Stenberg, 19th place. Another solid result for Stenny, and actually gained 8 places there. So indeed, he hopefully will be happy with that one there. Job Stewart rounds at the top 20, unfortunately down 11 spots there with contact towards the end of that one there, Reese.
Brenton Hobson comes across the line in 21st place, unfortunately losing 3 positions. Corey McFarlane, though, one of the other big gainers in the field, up 16 to 22nd. Great drive there from Corey. Hayden Harrison comes home ahead of Todd Hain. The Taipan Esports cars flying in formation there at the end of the race. Richard Hamstead was very frustrated trying to get by them after having to pit for repairs early on. Couldn't make his way past them. Richie Stanaway comes home just behind him. Rick Kuznetsov, one of the big heartbreak stories of this race. Were it not for that spin at turn 1, we might have seen him fighting in that top 5 battle pack. And then Brian Borg got involved in a couple of incidents along the way. Dylan Rudd and Luke Mitchinson round out the top 30.
And then over the page, Paul Young on debut, a solid 31st place finish, and picks up a couple of spots there in the second race. Adam Briggs, 32nd place for the number 72. A little bit rough for him tonight. Ben Smith up 5 spots with 33rd place for him. Cameron Jones also gains a little bit there for 34th place, and Hayden Sell up to 35th place. And then Zach Ski, 36th, with Wayne Burke, our last driver to finish on the lead lap, 37th for him. And Wayne Burke actually must have copped a slowdown penalty because he came across the line in 30th place there. So another driver there, unfortunately, running afoul of this final corner slowdowns and pushing him down the order. But there we go. Christopher Ireland, the first of our drivers to not finish the full race distance, 3 laps down. And then our retirements in Glenn Postlethwaite at 15 laps and Corey Preston at 18 laps, leaving us with Kobe Jones, the last driver there, 24 laps short of our 29 lap total for the leaders. So that's going to do us there with regards to the results, Reese. And time to have a chat to our race winner ×2. Make that our complete overall round winner. Well, congratulations, Jared. 2 race wins tonight off the back of also the season opening win at Montreal. Doesn't get much better than that when it comes to getting a championship off to a good start.
Yeah, perfect start for 2022. So couldn't have scripted it better myself. Actually, it's been great. First few rounds with the new team. We're really coming on strong. All the guys are working together, so it's great.
Indeed, brand new track for V8SCOPS here at the Red Bull Ring. I guess when you get a new track coming into a calendar and a series like this, I guess what's the kind of preparation for someone like yourself who's at that sort of at the front end of the field, like roughly speaking?
I did a lot of laps here for the Supercars E Series, so track knowledge was no main feat. It's more or less just getting the car dialed in. To be honest, it's quite a tricky one. You want some good top end, but you also need a bit of agility there, and you also need tyre life because it's really rear dependent. Ours lacked a little bit in that second race there, but the first race it was really good. So we'll have a look at that. But nonetheless, it was probably one of the better setups I've ever driven in the new car.
Interesting to hear there, Andy. Well, I think the restart really seemed to have sealed the deal there for you in terms of holding on to the lead despite your thoughts there on the tyre performance in the second race. I guess getting that run off the final corner really made a lot of a difference in both races, it would seem, for the lead driver. I guess it's just more about the way that corner works out. You're in a good position that you can really put the throttle down early and trust the car as it sort of plants down in the middle of that corner. Would it be an accurate description you'd say there?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the car had a lot of squat. We were really good off the hairpin and the last corner, which was really good. Unfortunate to see Brody not end up at the front where he probably should have been. But yeah, looking at it, I think that's a bit of a weird one. But no, I can't thank him enough for helping with the dock this week, as well as all the guys at SSR that have been tremendous help starting 2022.
Indeed. Well, 2 weeks break now before we get ready for the next round, which will be, 3 weeks break before we go to our next round at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. And another one of the split sprint formats. I guess looking forward to continuing keeping the form up here as we head into round 3.
Oh, I hope so. It's that's a pretty hard track, that one. Very little passing, a lot of drafting as well. So yeah, it'll be fairly interesting, I reckon. But looking forward to getting back there. It's been a happy hunting ground for me prior. So yeah, can't wait to get back there.
Well, you've shown you've got good qualifying pace, so despite your concerns about the limited passing opportunities, I think that won't be too much of a concern at this time. Well, before we let you go, Jared, chance to say thanks to partners, sponsors. Who gets it done for you tonight, mate?
Obviously, Boost Mobile, their continued support of me, as well as Team Erebus. Yeah, they're really great help. Can't thank Brody enough as well, taking time out of his day to get on the sim and show me how it's done. I'll also give a shout out to Nathan Kaiser for jumping in the spotters booth tonight. Always great having MVP in the corner.
Well, there we have it. Jared Filsell, your double race win tonight and 3 from 3 for the V8SCOPS 2022 season. Well, that's the only driver we've got in the interview booth tonight, Reese. So I think that means it's time for us to look forward to round 3 of V8SCOPS. And yeah, 3-week break for us before we head back to the Americas and back up into Canada for the Canadian Tire Motorsport round. And same format as we had here tonight with 2 races, equal length, 28 laps apiece, the slightly shorter race length. So similar kind of thing. We should be seeing out-and-out sprints once again.
We should indeed. And if there's anything you know about SCOPS at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, it's watch out for the turn 1 exit and the run to turn 2. There's every chance that there's going to be a big incident in the midfield through there. It's happened just about every time we've come to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. But let's see if the drivers have their heads screwed on this time around. We say thank you very much for watching, and a big thanks to our title sponsor here, Virtual Racing School, along with Too Easy Finance, and Bowler Media, handling all of the photos here officially for V8SCOPS. From all of us here at SimSpeed TV, we say a big thanks to everyone for tuning in and giving this series a watch. Reminder, it's on April the 3rd, the race at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Of course, we will have the SCOPS Supports program on Friday night with the 2-litre Tourers and the Jetta Cup. I'm Reese Gardner. It was Dan Yeaman alongside me and Scott Fountain on production as per usual. We say bye for now, but certainly not forever. We'll see you in Canada.
This is fantastic. This is GT Racing right now. He's got traction. He's going around the outside of both of them. Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God! Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys I want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
Hey everyone, the USF 2000 is a blast to drive now, and here's your chance to learn it quickly. From my tutorial, VRS created a free bonus track guide for the Laguna Seca circuit, where you can learn exactly what I do in every corner to improve your lap times and get faster on track. You'll learn how to easily recognize brake markers, you'll find out which curbs to attack and which ones to avoid, you'll know when to use the full track and when a sequence of corners requires a compromise. And you'll learn how hard to brake and when to lift. The VRS Quick Reference track maps are available free to download and delivered each week to your inbox. The entire Global MX-5 series is available, as well as bonus maps like this one and many more. So if you're a new racer, or a veteran, or just anyone who wants to learn how to get faster sooner, the VRS track guides are for you. Just hit the link or button on screen and get yours today.